Good morning, everybody. My name is Bob Schiffmacher. I'm the chairman of the State Board of Equalization. We are convening the second day of the October 5, October 6 meeting of the State Board of Equalization. I have with me Tim Morris, who's a member of the board, sitting next to me. I have Al Plank, who is on Zoom, attending remotely. I have Sam Taylor, who's the attorney assigned to us from the AG's office. I have Kelly Langley next to me, representing staff of the Department of Taxation. Kelly, if you could introduce the balance of your staff, please.
Yes, we have Shaylee. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. We have Shaylee Spurlock and Christina Griffith, both in Carson City. And then we also have Yvonne Navarez-Goodson, and she is attending via Zoom. Thank you.
The little bit of housekeeping we attend to every day. Where's my... our technical staff has asked that we be very attentive regarding microphone etiquette. Yesterday we were having trouble with people talking over one another, people leaving the mics on. I am also guilty of that, and I'll try to be better, but if we could please keep an eye on that etiquette, that'll make the record cleaner. Basic rules of etiquette. Do not talk when members of the State Board of Equalization are talking. Do not speak unless you have permission of the chairman. When the chairman gives you permission to speak, speak to the members of the board, not to anyone else. Do not raise your voice or act in a hostile or aggressive manner. Do not speak down to, demean, or harass anyone in the proceeding or in the meeting. If you want to move from behind the table, ask the chairman permission to do so. Handouts such as evidence must be handed to the State Board Coordinator for delivery to the State Board members. Do not interrupt anyone. Do not argue with the chair, State Board members, or parties to the hearing. Do not speak, make noise, or gesture with your body when someone else is speaking. Again, those are general rules of decorum that I would like everybody to follow. First step is any public comment.
If anybody has any public comment on the Zoom, please raise your hand or hit *9 if you're on the telephone. If you are in person and would like to give public comment, please come up to the podiums in the middle of the room.
Hearing none, we'll commence. We have the State Board of Equalization at the present time. It consists of 4 members. 3 of them are in attendance. The 4th, Tyree Gray, is not in attendance as of yet. He has indicated that he will be here this morning in person. He attended remotely yesterday. As a result, I'm going to rearrange the calendar a little bit. I want all 4 of the board members to hear the cases that have been carried over from yesterday related to the various casino personal property appeals. And so, unfortunately, gentlemen, we're going to have to wait for Tyree to show up for those, but today I am not going to waste the time that I wasted yesterday by waiting. I'm going to ask Kelly to start calling cases. At this point, I think I'd like to start with the White Pine cases, if that's okay. I believe there's 4.
Chairman Schiffmacher, this is Christina Griffith for the record. While that email is going out, the White Pine case that doesn't have any new information is 185. So if you wanted to call that case first while the email containing the White Pine information still comes out to you guys.
Okay, Kelly?
Thank you. For possible action, direct appeals of valuations of years described on the notice of conversion of agricultural property pursuant to NRS 361A.273-2B. Case 23-185, State of Nevada Department of Wildlife. It's yours.
Okay, I believe there's a representative of White Pine. If you'd introduce yourself, spell your name, and introduce the property.
Good morning. Thank you for your time this morning. So my name is Burton Hilton, B-U-R-T-O-N, Hilton, H-I-L-T-O-N. I'm the assessor for White Pine County. There are 49 parcels in this appeal. They're all vacant land. They were agricultural land, and then last November, the state of Nevada, Nevada Division of Wildlife, purchased this land. And by doing so, the way I interpret the law and my district attorney's office does, it triggered deferred ag taxes going back for the 7 years on all of these parcels. The state, the Nevada Division of Wildlife, has stated they do not believe the deferred ag assessment should apply to these parcels.
Is there a representative of the Department of Wildlife available?
Craig Burkett, if you are on the Zoom, maybe on a phone number, if you could just raise your hand by hitting *9. I don't see you signed in on there, unless you're in person.
Excuse me, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Caleb Maxey. I'm a deputy director with the Nevada Department of Wildlife. I just spoke to Mr. Burkett, and he was caught in traffic. He said he was about 15 minutes out. He was under the impression that the Bellagio was first up this morning, so he's a little bit delayed.
Thank you for that information.
Chairman Schiffmacher, this is Christina Griffith
yes,
for the
ma'am.
record. We do have the taxpayer for 142 on the Zoom, if you wanted to call that case. And we also have 174 Central Telephone here in person as well.
Regarding 142, are both the taxpayer and the assessor available at this moment? I know. Oh, was it 142 or was it Mr. Policalis?
142 and 174 we both have available currently.
You said 171?
142 and 174.
What's 170? Oh. I thought you said that we had Mr. Policalis.
That's 142.
No,
We do have Mr. Policalis
Pol-
on the Zoom as well.
I think that was land cap 171.
Correct.
Do we have a representative of the Washoe County Assessor's Office on case number 171?
Shannon Scott with the Washoe County Assessor's Office. Good morning.
Good morning. I'd like to proceed. Kelly, if you could call 171. It appears we have both parties. It's the ninth case in Section H.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Sam?
sir. Is this Mr. Polikalis?
No, that's Sam.
Oh,
No,
Sam,
this
I'm
is
sorry.
Sam. Yes, this is Sam Taylor from the Attorney General's office. Just like yesterday, when you did a motion to table, I would recommend doing the same for this one and indicate when you would potentially bring.
Sam,
something up.
you broke up. I'm sorry.
I would recommend doing a motion to table like you did with the hotel cases yesterday, and then maybe provide some indication when it's going to come back. In other words, you called the case and you apprised the parties that they should be present, but yet you're going to table this particular matter that you had before you right now that you just called.
Which was the White Pine cases?
Yes.
You called it my case.
Okay. I'm going, as suggested by Mr. Taylor, I am going to table the White Pine cases temporarily. And I'm going to try to fill the vacant time with case number 23171. Kelly, if you would call that case.
For possible action, appeals from action of a county board of equalization pursuant to NRS 361.400, tax year 2023-24 secured roll, 2022-23 unsecured roll.
This is
Case 23171, Land Cap Sparks 4, LLC. Representative Stephen Polikalis. Notice of hearing is on page 214. Thank you.
So it is my understanding that in conformance with our request from the meeting last week that the property in question, which is a office building in Sparks, Nevada, has been recosted, and that information is available. It was provided, I believe, by email yesterday. Much to my dismay, that information appears not to have been shared with the petitioner prior to the hearing. Mr. Polikalis, has that information been shared with you since that time?
Yes, sir. Steve Polikalis for the record. I did receive the nominative recosting last night after you directed its dissemination.
Thank you. Assessor's office, and I apologize. I've written down your name a couple of times and it just continues to escape me. I do apologize.
Shannon Scott for the record. That's spelled SHANNONSCOTT.
Shannon, if you would provide a brief introduction to the property, like one sentence for the record.
Okay, the subject property is located at 325 Harbor Cove in Sparks. The building is a 28,940 square foot, newly renovated 3-floor mixed-use building at the Sparks Marina.
Thank you. Mr. Polikalis, this is your opportunity to share with us your feelings regarding the recosting of the building.
Thank you, sir. Again, Steve Polikalis for the record. I've looked at that, and I appreciate them providing it however late, but we object. We don't think that it's a true recosting. I mean, it is a recosting, but it's not in the form of a draft record card. I don't think that it can be verified as reflective of what I believe your direction was last week to recost it as a 1.5. I've seen record cards where there are draft recostings at different quality class levels. This doesn't appear to be that, and so it's a little bit difficult to verify. If you would indulge me for just a moment, our numbers, based on the testimony that was heard last week and at the county level as it relates to this quality class reduction. was that each half quality class was basically a 9.5% reduction. So, in our view, I got to do the math, the application of that formula would make this a reduction greater than what the assessor's recosting would indicate.
Chris, thank you, Mr. Polikalis. I am unable to find that recosting in my records. Christina, can you tell me where I might find it?
Sorry, I'm looking.
I don't know whether we got it via email in the middle of the night, like so much of this stuff has come in, or not.
I understand. I'm trying to remember as well because there is a lot different stuff coming in at once. So I'm looking really quick. I will get back to you in just 1 second.
It gives me a moment to redo my math and maybe come up with the right number.
Okay, Shannon, can you explain to me what we're looking at, please?
Yes, you can, or I can. Shannon Scott, for the record. What you have in front of you are two separate costing as requested, showing the taxable values for each parcel. Also, the reason why it's in a summary is because I thought that would be easier than sending you, the 25 different record cards. So what you're looking at is, so if you look in kind of in the middle where it says original improvements, that would be the amount that was the improvement value prior to the county board hearing. Then and then the original total taxable value. Then after the County Board of Equalization's hearing where they reduced the values, you'll see that the reductions that were made and what the new total taxable values were, and then the recosting done for the state board along with the total taxable value.
So explain to me, if you would, what so I've got the CBE taxable value, then the CBE test costing. What is that line or that column?
So that is a summary of all of the parcels together, recosted at the 1.5%.
1.5 quality class. Then I've got two columns. One's the test costing and one's the SBE costing TTV. What's the difference between those two columns?
So TTV is just an abbreviation. My apologies. It stands for total taxable value. So that would be the land and the improvement value.
So let's look at the very first line. It's 1,404 square feet of an apartment on the first line of the page I'm looking at. So the County Board of Equalization's value was $220,000. The test costing was $168,000, and the SBE costing TTV is $208,000. What is that? The difference between the test costing and the SBE costing TTV, the land value?
Correct. If you add the land value, which you can see on the in the fifth column there where it says original land, if you add that $40,435 to the SBE test costing of $168,082, you'll get that $208,517.
Thank you. Mr. Polakalis, I'm sorry I interrupted you. I needed to understand what we were looking at. Can you continue, or do you need to continue?
Yes, I did do the math, and I just going back again to the original value on the property was $4,394,457, and if we were applying a 19% reduction to account for the reduction to the quality class of 1.5, our numbers indicate that would be that nearly 4.4 million minus 19% would have a total taxable value of $3,559,510.17. I do not know, after the assessors just explained how the land component comes into that. I haven't had a chance to review that or input that, so I don't know if that makes a difference on the improvement or on the total taxable value that the assessor is presenting now with this new evidence. And again, this is not a record card estimate, so it's hard to, and I appreciate that there's a lot of record cards, but it's just hard to verify what they're doing here. Maybe the assessor, ma'am, if you could, what's the total land value then you're associating?
You know, the total land value has not changed. So for the 2023 fiscal year, the total land value would have been $694,192.
Let me look quickly.
I apologize. That was Shannon Scott for the record.
Yeah, again, Steve Polakalis for the record. I think the improvement value is as I've described, that it should be the 3.559, 510, 17 under the analytics that were at least presented in both of the hearings that we had last week, and based on a 9.5% reduction for each half a point in quality class. So I don't think the land value, as she's indicated, doesn't change by math.
Board, do we have any questions for either of the parties? Al?
No, no questions.
Tyree? I'm going to close this hearing. Yes, ma'am.
I apologize. I have a couple of additional comments I'd like to make if it would be allowed by the board with regards to some of the testimony from last week.
I'll hear it.
Okay, I will make it as brief as possible.
Thank you.
As you may recall, the assessor's office believes that the quality class of this building had been fairly classed at a 2.5, which is considered above average. The blended quality class that accounts for the above average quality of the restaurant, which encompasses more than 50% of the building. The apartment area is the second largest section, which is estimated at 34% of the building and is being marketed as remodeled with new paint, hardwood flooring, 25-foot ceilings, as noted in the prior hearing. The office and retail areas only take up the remaining 14% of the building and are largely inferior to the restaurant and apartment spaces. Marshall and Swift defines an average quality for a mixed retail with residential unit occupancy as having...
I'm going to interrupt you here. We've heard this testimony. I'd like to move on to anything new, and then I'm going to close the hearing.
Okay, in that case, while the board did not ask us to do so, we also recosted it at a 2.0 if you would like to hear what those values are. We would also like to request if the board does choose to make a reduction in value that they do so in the form of obsolescence, as we believe that a blended quality class of 1.5 would bring this property out of equalization with other properties in the nearby and surrounding areas. Thank you.
If I understand your comment, that would mean that we would see this again next year and the year after, because obsolescence is reviewed or removed and then reviewed every year. Is that correct?
Correct. We do review obsolescence annually.
Thank you. Board, any further questions or comments?
No.
I'm going to close the hearing.
May I respond to the obsolescence? This is Steve Polakos for the record. Could I be afforded a chance to just make a quick comment regarding the obsolescence notion?
Yes.
Yeah, we don't think obsolescence is an appropriate manner with which to make any adjustments the board sees fit here. As the chair just noted, this only means we'll come back year after year and they'll remove it. Nothing in the earlier testimony from last week, as the board rightly noted, in terms of the actual integral aspects of this building regarding exterior elevators, one elevator, exterior elevator, the bathroom, outside, the coffee shop if you have to get a key, all those things. Nothing really lends itself to an obsolescence level of lack of tenancy or some malfunctioning elevator or something else. And we think that the board rightly noted the kind of fundamental and integral deficiencies of this building last week, and so obsolescence is not the appropriate manner with which to make a reduction. The quality class adjustment that I believe the board was inclined to grant is the appropriate manner with which to grant relief to the taxpayer here. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I am going to close the meeting. I have one question for the assessor. It's a yes or no question. I am looking at the recosting for the building that was provided a little while ago. Under the SBE test costing, the bottom of the page, the number that I see is $3,808,097. Is that the recosting of this property to 1.5 quality class, yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
For the 2023 year.
Correct.
There's two. Is this one?
Nope, go up. That number is 3. I can't see it. Is that 3? Yeah, 3.8. Okay, board.
1.5.
Yes. Board, do you have any? We've closed the hearing for deliberation. Any comments or questions before I weigh in?
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Al?
Yeah, it's all you.
Super. I find, as I look at this, the original taxable value of this property prior to the county board hearing appears to have been $4,394,487. The Board of Equalization, the County Board of Equalization applied approximately $370,030 in obsolescence. The test costing, in conformance with the request of the board to reduce the quality class to a 1.5, further reduced the taxable value by an additional $216,360, bringing the total under the test costing to $3,808,097. Based upon the representations of the county or of the county assessor's office, This results in a reduction in the taxable value of the property from the original taxable value of 15.27%, or $586,390, which reportedly represents the difference in the cost of the building between the two quality classes. I understand that there are other items that are included in the taxable value that would not be affected by the change in quality class, parking lots, things of that nature. It is my feeling that a 15% drop in value is probably appropriate given given the balance of the characteristics of the property. It is my opinion that it should be a change in quality class, not obsolescence, that this property is not above average. And I would entertain a motion to reduce the quality class of the property to a 1.5 quality class and a taxable value of $3,808,097.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
Thank you for your
Thank you
time and
both for
consideration.
your patience. I apologize for yesterday. I will share with everybody here that I had a dream about the meeting yesterday, but in my dream, everything went a lot smoother. So to paraphrase a famous person from years ago, I had a dream. Now let's make it happen.
Well, I'm really happy you got us in this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Kelly, I would like to have you call the cases that we had put on pause for the, no, I'm going to go back to the casinos since we've got Tyree here. I apologize, Mr. Hilton. I just need to kind of keep this thing on track.
For possible action, appeals from action of a county board of equalization pursuant to NRS 361.400, tax year 2023-24 secured roll, 2022-23 unsecured roll, and 2022-23 supplemental roll. This is a combination of cases 23-117, 118, 120, 135, 137, 138, 139, 136.
Before we get going on this, I want to remind everybody that if you were here yesterday and were sworn in, that remains in effect. If there is anybody here that was not sworn in yesterday, I'd like Sam to swear them in. Sam, it appears everybody that is expected to testify has been sworn in.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So I believe that we are familiar with the nature and character of the properties at question. The appellant, Sam, correct me if I'm wrong, the appellant in this case is the Clark County Assessor's Office, and they have the right and obligation for the first 15-minute block of time to present their case as the petitioner.
Yes, Sam Taylor for the record from the AG's office. That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mary Ann and staff, I'm going to be slightly lenient with time, but I'd like to get this thing moving. Superfluous information is not going to be, I'd like to keep it on task.
Absolutely. Mary Ann Widener with the Clark County Assessor's Office. Chairman Schiffmacher, I just wanted to know if we could go ahead. We had handed out this yesterday, but since Mr. Tyree Gray is here, I was wondering if we could hand this out to him so he could have a hard copy of it as well.
Yes, please. Is that the same?
Which
It's
one are you
this
talking
one.
about, Mary Ann?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
Al Plank for the record. Are we, as we're taking all these as consolidated group, are we going to use one set of documents for reviewing the evidence? Did we agree yesterday we're going to use the Bellagio 118?
With everybody's permission, I'd like to refer to Al's right, I'd like to refer to one set of documents. We had chosen Bellagio as the template. Is that okay with everybody? So the documents, that's the pile of paperwork that we're going to be dealing with. So go ahead, Marion.
Marianne Widener, I didn't spell my name yesterday, so I will do that for the court reporter. It's Mary, capital ANN, capital WEIDNER. So I just want to give the board just a brief overview of what we're going to be covering today so they're aware of the things that we're going to address. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about what the assessor did and what the assessor is required to do by law, and how we valued the personal property associated with all these cases. The next thing we want to do is talk about what the taxpayers' representatives provided at the county board. They provided an appraisal, and in that appraisal, there was information that was referenced from a company called Property Tax Research Services, LLC. And that company has derived what they call their PTRS tables, which are depreciation tables that the appraisal utilized. So once we go through the appraisal, we would like to go through those tables and explain some of our concerns regarding that. And then when we're done with those two pieces, we are going to come back and talk about the legal argument that we think is where the county erred in their decision. And so we would like to finalize it with that, and then we'll just wrap it up. So that's kind of the course of where we're going today, to kind of give you a little bit of a roadmap of what we'd like to cover. So with that, our first order is going to be to talk about what the assessor did, and I'm going to have Mr. Vince Kelly here explain how the property was valued. He's going to explain it on the Bellagio, but it's the same for all of the properties that are here under appeal. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mary Ann, do you have one more copy of that additional information? I have misplaced mine.
Sure.
I think she's bringing one. Thank you. Go ahead. Christina, if you'd start the clock.
Vincent Kelly for the Clark County Assessor's Office. The first thing I want to look at is the value detail that was one of the new evidence pieces, and that just shows the Bellagio's personal property declaration that was filed to us.
Can you refer to a page in the package?
It's the separate file.
This?
Chairman, it's your electronic version. It says 23-118, new evidence, Bellagio. And I believe it says full asset listing. New evidence, full asset listing, Bellagio 117688 is the full name of the document.
I'm sorry, what was that?
23-118, new evidence, full asset list, Bellagio 117688. That's the name of the document.
So the title I see is a detail asset listing.
Correct. I was giving you the name of the actual file that that they gave to us, but on the first page it says State of Board Equalization, Detail Asset Listing, Bellagio. On the second page, or page 3, I'm sorry, it says Bellagio Declaration of Value Detail, Valuation Detail. And then page 4 is where it starts the actual asset listing. This is the detail asset listing.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So this is a sample of the declarations that we receive on each of the properties from the taxpayer, and in this case it was from the gentleman at Alta sent this to us. And the way that we value is we take, based on the description we see there, the year of acquisition and the cost, we apply it to the personal property manual's depreciation schedules. And if you want to see an example of that, the 15-year life table, excuse me, is in the case material on page 12,480. Over there. So it's fairly straightforward what we do. Looking at the description, we determine what useful life it should be, what would be appropriate. We take and find on that, in the first column, the year that it was acquired, and we apply the cost index to bring the money new, or current, I should say, and then the percent good. The state wraps it all up together in what's called a conversion factor. It's just the percent good and the index combined. But essentially, that's where we determine our value. Okay? So we received the appraisal from Altus. They gave us an appraisal that was created by Land Map Appraisal. And the first thing that I noticed looking at is that they used basically the same method. And if you'd like to turn, please, to page 170.
Just as a point of reference, whenever you're using page numbers, can you just distinguish whether we are using additional packet of
Yes, sir.
information or if we're using just so that we can
Yes, sir.
know exactly what we're doing? So page,
Page 170, please, in the case material.
Thank you.
Okay? And so this is the declaration that we received back when requested on how the appraisal itemized and valued this information. So what the appraiser did is they received the same declaration from the Bellagio that we used, okay? Yes, they used the same acquisition cost, and it's the same year, it's the same equipment, it's the same declaration. Then they took that and established a percent good based off of the PTRS tables, okay? They indexed using the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the producer price index. And then they used the depreciation schedule found in the PTRS system. And they basically did the same thing that we do, right? And if you want to take a look at that, it's in their appraisal, real quick, in the case material on page 128. Okay? And so that is an example that they've provided of the actual depreciation schedule used in the PTRS system. So instead of useful lives, it's using categories, but it distinguishes that there is an age for each item and then the percent good. So they've done the same thing that we have done. They've created a depreciated value using the system.
And just to reinforce that, what we've got on page 128 of their appraisal are 19 different categories on page 128 and 129. Again, this is in the case materials. These are basically the percent goods that they've identified for each of these categories. And there's 19 different categories. So you'll see there on page 128, we've got the audiovisual equipment category, we've got a casino gaming equipment category, computers, forklifts, gym equipment, just to make sure we're all on the same page. And we will talk a little bit more about how they derived this percent good, but we would like to just first focus on the appraisal and what they did and how they applied it. This is different than what we do and what we're required to do in our state because we have age life tables. They have category tables. And with these category tables, what we're actually doing is we're mixing age-lifed items. Some items that we would age maybe for a 5-year life or a 7-year life or a 15-year life were mixed into one category with the tables that they derived. So just want to make sure the board's clear that these are the tables that they used to apply the percent good. Go ahead.
So now that we have a methodology that I've established looking at it is very similar to ours, where they've redepreciated the asset listing. You could first see that it's not an individual market comparison of each item. They've used an estimation of value based on a depreciation schedule. Then they go on to provide a test of that. And if you could please turn to page 130, please, in the case materials. I'm also going to refer you to please look at the packet that we have here. This one, where the first page is the same chart. Yes, sir. Okay. So what I would like to do here is I want to read exactly what is written on this. So there was confusion before as to what this price analysis that's included in the appraisal is, its purpose, what it's doing, and potentially some confusion as to who built it. It says, approach to value price analysis. The information presented below is a sampling of assets found at the MGM resorts in Clark County, Nevada. In order to verify the market, derived depreciation schedules used the appraisal report are representative of the assets in this appraisal report. The appraiser analyzed the market and conducted a price analysis of the assets below. The specific assets produced a percent good by age, which falls in line with the depreciation schedules used in this appraisal report. They go on to state in their conclusion of that, given that the equipment found at the MGM resorts in Clark County, Nevada shows an 8% difference when compared to the PTRS depreciation schedules, the appraiser has concluded that the PTRS depreciation schedules depicts depreciation experienced by the assets found at the subject property. So the importance here cannot be overlooked of this table to their document. This is their price analysis. This is their market test. This is where they are taking and showing the actual market of these items and comparing it to what the PTRS schedule would do. And they're using this to validate. And what they're also asking us to do, this is the only analysis that's in here. And so what they're asking us to do is, based on what we can derive from this table, make an assumption about everything else in the PTRS system. This is how they're validating their system. Okay? If you look at the packet that I've created, it's the same thing. All I've done is added 2 extra calculations.
Take your time and talk about what these are.
Yes. And I know it's possible that the first thing you noticed is that at the bottom, there's a 10% where on their table it says 8. And I'll talk about that in a minute. That's just a small correction, and it's not my concern with this table, okay? Not my greater concern. So in column A, we have where these items were found. In column B, it just notes what comp number they are. This one, it looks out of order. It's because it's just sorted, obviously, by the property name. Column C is the description of what the item is. Column D is the age. Column E is the year of the item. Column F, labeled cost used. I put in that note that is the market advertised price. Column G says cost new. This is the RCN. And they've established a percent good by reviewing those in column H. Okay. The PTRS category they applied is column I. Column J shows the percent good from that category, and column K is their conclusion, and it's what they're calling the percent difference. So what they've done here, and I want to look, if we can please just look at, it's comp number 1, it's line number 3, because we're talking about the Bellagio, and this is the easiest one to illustrate, right? This television. And so they've found a television, this Samsung television, in the Bellagio asset listing. Then they went to the market and found that it was advertised for sale for $400. So they took the price, the replacement cost new of the item from the Bellagio, divided it by the cost being the advertised price used, and developed a percent good of 32%. So what they're indicating here is that the market suggests that this piece of equipment has a 32% good. They then go on to show that PTRS says it should be 19% good. Okay? And their conclusion is that that is a 13% difference. And so what this table is based on is they've ran that all the way down, and they've created an average, and we'll just go with their number. They're saying it's an 8% difference from the market. The problem is column K. That is not the formula for percent difference. And it does not establish a relationship at all between the price used and the price new, or the price that the value that the PTRS system would create. They got halfway there, but they didn't divide back into the original cost. The difference in percentages is not the mathematical difference. In other words, 19 is not 13% of 32. It's 40%. So what they've indicated is that this one item is 40% below market. And if we do what they did and run the average, this table says it's 37% below market. It becomes much more obvious when we look at the column that I put over there, column L, because there's no concluded values in here. We created them. But we did it using their replacement cost new and what the table they're saying should indicate. So we come up with, on that item, $239, okay? The market says 400. PTRS says 239. That's a 40% difference. It's not 13, so the average cannot be 8. This is their market analysis. This is their way of looking at it. They're saying this establishes the relationship for the entire PTRS system, and it's 37% below market. Down here. Yeah. So just to be clear, the reason that I changed the 8 to 10, and I'm not sure if the appraisers were aware when this happened, but those entries for comp 10 and 11 actually represent 3 exercise bicycles and 5 respectively. It's not one with a replacement cost new of $44,000. It's 5. So when the percent good was established on those, it was established by taking the cost of one being advertised and dividing it into 3 or into 5. So it's just it's an easy correction. Just divided the replacement cost new by 3 and 5 respectively, so we could get an actual percent good for these items. But again, it just slides it from 8 to 10, and that's not my concern with this table. My concern is that they've just proven that they are 37% below market if we are supposed to take this at face value. If we do what they're asking us to do, which is make this represented, the appraisal is 37% below market. And if you look at the next page, please. In the packet, please. That's just a visual of what this would look like. If we're to take this at face value, then the market, and we put that money back in, which is just divide by the reciprocal, and you can check the math by taking what would be then established as a market value and taking 37% of it, and you'll land at the land map appraised value. We're under market. They're lower than us, but it's because they're 37% below the market that they've just established.
All right, we're going to go ahead. This is Mary Ann Widener with the Clark County Assessor's Office. We want to move to talking about the PTRS tables and how they establish the value on those. And we're primarily just going to look at the hotel category and the casino equipment category, because the bulk of what we're looking at here are hotel casinos. And so, and over 50% of the value, I believe, in any given one of these properties would fall into those two categories. So we want to just focus on those. We know we don't have the time to go through all 19 of their tables, and we're going to have Mr. Kelly direct you to where those pages are and review that with you.
And we are at the 2-minute mark, just so you guys know.
Before we leave this table, I want to point something out, and we're going to look at the PTRS tables. I'm not here to nitpick. We only want to point at the big problems that would make an overall difference, I think, in the valuation of this. Because now, before we move on to the PTRS tables, remember the original table that we were just looking at was the validation of the PTRS tables. So now we're moving into tables that haven't really been validated. And here's why. What is missing from their price analysis? There is no casino gaming equipment. Nothing is new. And there is no specifically hotel furniture. I know the custom desk and chair are labeled hotel, but that's a label. PTRS also labels desks and chairs as office equipment. What I'm saying is a reasonable person would not look at this price analysis and say that looks like a casino hotel, a hotel casino, because there's nothing in there. So we're being asked to accept the PTRS system with its rapid first-year depreciation. It hasn't been tested. It hasn't been proven. We're asking to accept that this method can appraise a hotel casino. That has not been tested either. That's what's missing from that price analysis. So I would like to look at what is in the PTRS tables very briefly in these two categories. In the main packet, if you would please turn to page, let's see, I apologize. Oh, wrong page, I apologize. Yes, actually, we're going to do this. So we know that there are the 19 categories. The hotel category, if you please turn to page 4,962 in the case material.
That number again?
4,962. I guess so. Oh, no, it's out of order. I apologize. Let's look at the casino first. I apologize. Let's just jump back 1,000 pages to page 3,230, please. 3230.
This is Mary Ann Widener. For the record, I just want to point out there is 12,000 pages of information in here, but 10,000 of the pages, just to kind of help the board wrap their mind around all the material that is in here, are what we're going to show you here. It actually consists of the 19 different tables that they derived, and then it has all the backup information. So each section starts with a page that shows where the information that they finalized with each table, and then all the backup information with regards to the sales and the original prices of all of the items. So it seems like a lot of information, but we're going to try to make it more concise for you and just look at these two categories.
Okay, thank you. So this is the casino gaming category. It's the smallest category that PTRS has. it consists of 28 items. 28. That's 15 gaming tables, 9 slot machines, 3 shufflers, and a bar stool. The depreciation for all casino gaming equipment is being established by those items. If we look at the first year of depreciation that they've established, just the first year, on page 3231, their first year depreciation is being established with 8 poker tables. 8. And only 2 are at all casino quality. And what I mean by that, if you would please go further to page 3233. That is an example of one of the 6 non-casino quality poker tables. And you can continue to scroll if you want down to the next one. Page 3237 is the next comp. And page 3239 is another one. So the first year depreciation is being built on 6 poker tables like this and 2 that are casino quality. And if we look at the final year depreciation for this schedule on page, let's say 3382, the next one is 3386, they have 3 items for their final year. So they've established.
I'm looking at a listing of a slot machine on
Yes, that's
3382.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay. Actually, yeah, I'm sorry. Can we just go back to page 3132, please? 3231. No. Oh, 3231. What?
Do you want to show them?
Yes.
There, you want to
What's
show
the page number?
32.
I apologize. 3232. I got my 1s and 2s backwards. So the final year of depreciation is set on 3 slot machines. They're a decade old, and they don't represent everything that's in these casinos. These types of games are still in use. I'm not going to deny that. There's 20-year-old machines that are still in use. But the final year of depreciation has been set by these 3 slot machines. Okay. So one of the problems that we find here too is the proportionality and the mix. From our standpoint, from the state's standpoint, in the personal property manual, a poker table is a 15-year life. It's a piece of furniture. This is electronic gaming. They've put both of those together with a bar stool and some shufflers and created a category where they're mixing the depreciation. It's not proportionate. They didn't weight it. But one of the problems is that first year of depreciation is being set only by poker tables, only by 15-year life items. The final year is being set by electronic gaming devices. Yes. And so the 15-year items are now being depreciated fully in the 5th year because of an unweighted blending. And each year that they use is not actually a representation of all the different items in this category, especially the first and the last. Okay? So that is the casino category. And I'd like to talk just real briefly about the hotel. If you could please turn to page 4962. Okay. This is their hotel category. It contains 148 items. 77 of those are actual hotel furniture. The rest is gym equipment and televisions. So again, now we have a blending that's disproportionate. But gym equipment has its own category, and that was what the appraiser used for the Bellagio's gym equipment. And the televisions can be also placed in audiovisual, which that's where the appraiser did. So I'm only going to talk about the 77 pieces of hotel furniture that is in this category. And while it sounds like a lot, this is what it is. 1 armoire, 1 set of curtains, 2 beds, 2 headboards, 2 lamps, 2 nightstands, 3 chases, 3 credenzas, 3 desks, 3 dressers, 4 ottomans, 6 benches. There's 6 full room packages, 8 chairs, 8 sofas, 11 tables, and 12 mattresses. So that's the 77 items. Based on that list, now all hotel furniture must be fully depreciated in year 6. Their first year depreciation contains 15 items. So based on the strength of what they found on the market of 15 items, we are now depreciating in the first year. The final depreciation year is year 6, and it contains 2 items. It's on, if you want to look at these, it's 4969, please. As hotel furniture items go, there's 2. Like I said, I'm not going to talk about the other ones. They're not relevant. But it's a set of curtains and a room package from Disneyland. So that's the strength of the sixth year and final year depreciation on hotel furniture, is a set of curtains and a room package. And I know they have full room packages in here, but there's a problem with that. If you would please just turn back to page 5158. It's difficult to establish what the quality would be by looking at just a picture. And I wouldn't expect anyone to. But if we look at the price new, the price new on this item is $14,000 for an entire room. I'm sorry, $1,400. I misspoke. $1,400 for an entire room package. That is nowhere comparable to anything that we're talking about when it comes to the Bellagio or any of these hotel casino properties.
If you look at the asset listing.
When we look at the Bellagio asset listing, we can see that even a bed they're buying is $4,000. So this is a little bit off from what it purports to do. So in the appraisal, we have a price analysis. This is where we're stuck. The price analysis says it's 37% below market. They said, look, we've tested this. We look at the PTRS tables, and we don't see that anything in here is reliable. We don't see that it's not reasonable. This is not reasonable to apply these things to these types of properties. Yes.
So that's in their handout.
Okay, so the last thing we want to look at is the depreciation comparison, please. It's in the handout here, and it's the last few pages. And all this is a side-by-side of what the personal property manual would do with these items and what PTRS has done. So in the first year, their blended category of gaming equipment gets 42% depreciation, but that hasn't been proven. The appraiser did not prove that. That's just what PTRS has said. And the next, we use a 7-year and a 15-year life for these.
Brand new. The first year we don't depreciate because
Right.
they're brand new.
Right. And the first year we don't depreciate because everything's brand new. Yeah. I said the first year we don't depreciate because everything is brand new. And the idea that there is depreciation in the first year hasn't been proven. It hasn't been tested. It's stated, but it has not been tested in the actual market currently by the appraiser who wants us to use this depreciation method. And the next page shows the hotel category, and we find the same thing. We see the first year depreciation of 50%. Again, we have no depreciation the first year. So let's look at the second year. They give 56% depreciation in the second year. Our 15-year life table is 87%. Good. 13% depreciation. Thank you. This hasn't been proven. It hasn't been tested.
Okay, we've apparently lost our clock. If you would wrap it up, please.
Okay.
I'm sure that we've been more than 15 minutes.
Yes, and if you would just if you just allow us a little discretion, we're almost done. We would like to talk about our legal argument, and I just want to make one point about the tables. The Department of Taxation recently was required by the Nevada Tax Commission to do a study for hotel furnishings, which they did conduct, and they came back to the Nevada Tax Commission, and with that study, though I believe they testified that they would have liked to have had a better result set. I would say that the results they probably got from that study were better than 28 items that were produced by these PTRS tables. Concluded to a 10-year life for hotel furnishings. And hotel furnishings for the 24-25 fiscal year, that manual that has been approved by the Nevada Tax Commission, we will be moving to a 10-year life for hotel furnishings. We are talking about the 22-23 fiscal year. We are 2 years back from when that has been approved. And so we are still on a 15-year life, and that is the way that it was valued. But I did want to point out that even with that study and with the information that's in Marshall and Swift, the 6-year life that they want to put hotel furnishings on, and the life for the casinos does not match what the department's research has concluded to. And that's where we want to lead to our legal argument and just have our DA wrap it up here with why we're concerned, because what we're required to do by law and what these tables are indicating. Our biggest concern is these tables that have been derived by this company could literally be used for any single property throughout our whole entire state. Basically, they could say what we've done or what the department has asked us to do is really irrelevant because we're going to start over and we're going to revalue, because that's exactly what they're doing, starting at acquisition cost and applying their own set of percents based on their percent goods and their own factors based on their own research instead of the research that the department has done. So we really don't need the department to do this work anymore. This is the new valuation system. And that is the concern that I have and the Clark County office, assessor's office has. And I think the whole entire state would have with regards to this new methodology. We understand that might work for other states because they don't have the laws that we have, but these are the laws in this state. We do not depreciate within the first year. It's very clear. There's not a table that does. These are brand new assets that they just purchased. Some of them may not even be fully installed because they install them as they're renovating the rooms. And so to depreciate items 50% within the first year when they haven't even been slept on, it doesn't make sense. So that will lead us to having Ms. Loxton come over now and talk about our legal argument.
Good morning, Lisa Loxton for the record, the Clark County District Attorney's Office. We believe the county board erred in two matters. One, that the decision was not based on substantial evidence, which is evidence that a reasonable person might accept to support a conclusion. I think as the assessor's office has testified today about the appraisal, there's a lot of information in there that's not reasonable to support such a deduction. And then the second area is we believe the county board applied a fundamentally wrong principle using an unauthorized method for valuation. The county board and state board of equalizations are required to use methods that are prescribed by law to determine value. The Nevada Supreme Court has ruled that using an unauthorized valuation method is unconstitutional and void. In the Imperial Palace versus State Board of Equalization case that the Supreme Court heard, the Imperial Palace challenged the state board's reliance on the Marshall and Swift manual to determine replacement cost. Imperial Palace had argued that the board should have relied on the actual cost to build the improvements. The Supreme Court ruled that aside from the administrative difficulty that would result, that the use of this type of method would result in unequal taxation. Just as in this case, that the use of the PTRS tables to determine market value is not permitted and would result in unequal taxation. In Nevada, the legislature has authorized the Nevada Tax Commission to establish the method to value personal property, which the Tax Commission has determined to be the Nevada Personal Property Manual. So just as the Marshall and Swift manual ensures uniform and equal application for Nevada taxing for improvements, the Personal Property Manual ensures uniform and equal taxation for personal property. So the county board's reliance on an unauthorized methodology to determine that the assessor's value exceeded the full cash value allowed to essentially create a new methodology to value personal property. They basically found that the difference between the assessor's value in the PTRS tables was obsolescence, without any evidence of actual market transactions authorizing this new depreciation method in Nevada, which is in conflict with the Nevada Personal Property Manual and results in an unauthorized valuation method. So therefore, the assessor's office requests that you uphold its evaluation and find that there is no obsolescence that's been proven in the market, and also that there's no substantial evidence in the record of obsolescence to these personal properties in these cases. Thank you.
So does that conclude your presentation? Board, any questions at this stage, keeping in mind that we will see the assessor's office again for rebuttal? No. Make notes. So that, Christina, can you tell me how much time the assessor took?
It was approximately 28 minutes and 32 seconds.
Approximately.
Can you?
Sorry,
I'd like
28
to give
minutes
equal
and
time.
32 seconds.
I'd like to provide equal time, if that's okay.
Absolutely, I will set the timer.
Good morning, Board. My name is Jim Sousa. I'm an attorney representing MGM Resorts in the various cases that have been called before you here today. The assessor's presentation was very good. A couple key things that should be takeaways for you. The assessor's calculation of taxable value is mandated by statute as to how it's to be done. We have no disagreement as to how they calculated the taxable value. So everything they say they must do, they did right. But they arrive at a taxable value. And after they do that, every single property owner in the state has the right to protest that as exceeding the fair market value of the property. The burden falls on the owner of the property to produce competent evidence showing what the fair market value is and that it's lower than what the taxable value is. Not a reflection on anything the assessor did. It's a reflection on you've done your job properly. It's our turn to do our job. And that's how this case turned out. So most of the arguments you heard about what we at the assessor's office are required to do are irrelevant. We don't care. The answer is, did you produce competent evidence of fair market value? To do so, MGM had appraisals conducted of all the personal property, and the appraisals were conducted by a senior member of the American Society of Appraisers, and is USPAP compliant. And I know for the appraisers on the board, that's an important thing. You have to have USPAP compliance to have a valid appraisal. And so the appraiser is to pick out the best methodology for determining what the fair market value of the property is, apply that methodology, check it against other resources, and then basically state their opinion that the fair market value is XYZ. And that's what has happened here. What the assessor has done is said, I looked at this, and looked at this. I don't think that's an accurate thing to do. That's their opinion, that's fine. But they're not saying that that's the fair market value of the property. They're saying, we just don't like what your fair market value is. The assessor's evidence of fair market value is non-existent. The assessor made no effort at all to find anything that would produce a fair market value of all the assets that have been protested. In other cases, the assessor does have comparable sales of real property, things like that, to determine this is what our opinion of fair market value is. Then the taxpayer and the assessors can battle it out as to what the real fair market value is, and the boards ultimately decide. Here, it's different. Here, the only party there's any evidence at all of fair market value is the property owner. The assessors introduced nothing. All they've done is criticized some of the small things. And when we went through some of the detail, aggregate, I think there's $2.3 billion worth of value, and thus aggregate tens of thousands of assets. So drilling down on here's a TV set that sold for this is really kind of irrelevant in the big scheme of things. It's down in the weeds. We're sitting up at the tree level. What's the fair market value of hundreds of thousands of different pieces of equipment and items? And you have to have somebody with special skills to be able to figure that out, and that's why we retained the experts that we have. I just want to address one legal argument that I thought was very good. The Imperial Palace case I haven't heard in a long time. It's one of the foundational cases in Nevada tax law. In that case, they just built the Imperial Palace, and they said we spent 80 million or whatever the number was, but the government's number is 100 million, and we think 80 is a better number. And the case that went to the Supreme Court was, do you have to use 80 or do you have to use 100? And the answer was, you have to use 100, not because that's the fair market value, but that's what the assessor's job is in determining the taxable value. Imperial Palace was not a fair market value case. It was a case saying, why are you using this cost information in a manual when we have all of our own cost information because we just built the thing? And so it has no applicability to this, which is a fair market value case. So it wasn't in any of the briefing I just looked. We submitted a brief dispelling and all the arguments made by the assessor in their opening brief. They had an opportunity to reply, and they didn't reply to it. So we don't know what their reply would have been to all the points that we raised in our brief, but we did address all theirs, and I think we thoroughly blew them out of the water. At this point, what I wanted to do is leave and let the appraiser and, Mr. Broom go through the appraisal itself, which is the fair market value. They can defend themselves. They can talk about what it is. We realize there's a brevity issue here, and we want to give equal time as well. So unless you have any questions for me, I'm going to leave now, and they're going to do their thing.
Very good. Before you guys start, as an accommodation to the court reporter, we're going to take 5 minutes while we reorganize chairs and stuff. And we'll be back at 10:30. Christine, if you could stop the clock.
Will do.
Recording stopped.
Hey, Christina, are you there? Christina?
Yes.
You know that land cap Sparks case, they were talking about the recosting.
Yes.
Is it possible for you to send that to me? The recosting?
Yes, I will go ahead and send that over. I'll
Thank you very
email
much.
that to you right now.
So Sam, it's been brought to my attention that that appeal covered 2 years, I believe. Is that correct? And we ruled on the 23-24 year. We ruled on the 23-24 year, and I'm wondering how to accommodate the prior years, the 22-23 years appeal, or what? So can we just apply the reduction retroactively to the 22-23 year also?
Well, the motion didn't specify a year, so I would assume the intent was to change the quality class from the time it was built, correct?
Well, we're only addressing 2 years in the appeal. It was the 22-23, 23-24.
No, right, but what I'm talking about is the quality class, would that be applicable to all years or only to specific years?
It should be applicable to all years, but the building was built several years before 22-23. And so 22-23 is the first year in question. 23-24 is ostensibly the year we ruled on.
Right. The reason I asked that question is because if it applies to all years and it was just basically the quality class should have been set at 1.5 from the inception, then I would say you could retroactively apply it to the other years as well.
Okay, perfect. Do we have to adjust the motion, or is the motion as it exists satisfactory?
Let me go back and look at the motion real quick here. Shoot, come on now. Wow. Yeah, the motion was talking about the taxable income for a specific year, so you'll probably have to go back and adjust it.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to figure out what it was for the prior year. I mean, there's gonna be a taxable value for 22-23 that you're gonna have to address specifically. Do you have a recosting for that?
Sam, do I need a dollar amount, or can I just instruct the assessor to apply our ruling to the 2 years in question in the appeal?
I'd say either one would work as long as you're comfortable giving that authority to the assessor.
I do feel that that's applicable, or that I feel comfortable with that. So at this moment, although we're in the middle of another case, I'd like to add to the record that in case number
Mr. Schiffmacher, we're not back on the record yet.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Bob.
Yes.
I would also do that via motion.
Okay.
So you can
Christina,
either amend your original motion with the consent of the person who did the second, which was Tyree, or you can create a new motion and make your decision applicable in the first motion applicable to the 22-23 year.
Okay, Christine, let's go back on the record.
Recording in progress.
Okay, although we're in the middle of another case, it's been brought to my attention that in case number 23-171, the motion was slightly deficient in that it only addressed the tax year 23-24 with the second's approval. I'd like to amend the motion to include both years that are addressed in the appeal, which would be 22-23 and 23-24, and instruct the assessor's office to recost the building for the 22-23 tax year, consistent with our instruction. That was Tim Morris's motion.
So both Tim and Tyree would need to weigh in on whether or not it's okay to amend the motion in such a manner.
This is Tyree Gray for the record. I believe it was actually Al who seconded it. And I think both of us attempted, but if the record reflects that I seconded, then I would approve that motion contingent upon Tim's approval as well.
Yes, I amend my motion to include both years.
I have a motion as amended and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that amended motion carries. Christina, if you would start the clock for this case. Gentlemen, if you would introduce yourself and proceed.
Hello, this is Patrick Broom with Altus Group. Introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Lazaro J. Sejo, and I am with Landmap Valuation and Asset Services, Inc.
As Mr. Sousa kind of summarized how we got to here, I'm not going to expound on that too much, outside to say we had a valuation hearing in front of the Clark County Board on February 27th. After 2.5, 3 hours of back and forth, both sides, the board really looking at the appraisal in depth, they agreed unanimously to accept the appraisal value. So I think what would be most instructive right now would be to turn it over to Mr. Sejo, who, as previously stated, is a member of as an ASA appraiser who was retained by us to independently look at the valuation of the property. So let me just turn it over to Laz.
Good morning again. So in order for us to go as fast as I can, because we have a time constraint, I'm going to only stop at certain areas that I think are important. And then if you guys have any questions, please feel free to. So just to start off, I am a senior member of the American Society of Appraisers. I have been in good... You want me? Sure.
I figured that might happen.
Could you hear me better now? Great.
Let's get to your stuff.
Yeah, that's your stuff. Yeah. Sorry. Like I have said before, I am a senior member of the American Society of Appraisers and have been so in good standing for over 30 years. I have testified in board hearings, state hearings, circuit court, and in state courts, and ad valorem cases for both the taxpayer and the county assessing offices. I have appraised personal property such as the one under appraisement today, actually for over 30 years. So with that said, we were hired by Altus Group to appraise 8 hotels here in Las Vegas, Nevada. All hotels have the same exact methodology behind them. That's the way we did them. And let's start with the Bellagio. So on page SBE 114, it's just a transmittal letter. And basically that just tells us who we made it out to. The date of the appraisal is July 1st, 2022. Which is the assessment date, and we use fair market value installed for all assets. Our total fair market value installed was $142,532,000. On SB 117, it's just a company overview. On page SB 118, I spent a little bit of time here. This is how we conducted our inspection. And basically what we did is we had, at this particular tour, we had the director of facilities walk us through the entire facility, which is about 10 million square feet. As you can notice, we actually looked at most of the property. Meaning most, I did not look at every single room that would have been impossible to do. So we had just chosen certain rooms that we could look at. We looked at all of the office space, facilities. The next couple of pages are just industry conditions. We did research it and had our write-ups on how the industry is doing. On page SB 122, help me out here. What happened?
Yeah, sure. What did you do?
I don't know what I did.
Oh, all right, hold on.
Sorry. SB 122, it gives us the data. It gives us the intended and purpose use of the appraisal, and this is important because the intended use of this particular appraisals that we did were actually to find fair market value installed, and it was for ad valorem purposes. We have the definition of value. The definition of value we use is fair market value installed, and which is equivalent to full cash value, which we're talking about willing buyer and willing seller scenarios. That's why the tables, and I'll get to those in a second, that's why those tables were used, because those tables actually have market transactions. We come to the scope of work. In the scope of work, we have three approaches to value: the income approach, the cost approach, and the sales comparison approach. Because of the enormous amount of equipment, we decided to do a cost approach. The cost approach is just basically the principle of substitution. So, you get that. The method that we used for the cost approach is the method that is taught by the American Society of Appraisers. It is USPAP approved, and it's also conducted by the IAAO. So those two are the highest institutions in the country of learning on personal property and teaching on personal property. And as you know, USPAP, we have to comply with USPAP in order to create a credible appraisal report. Therefore, the cost approach would be similar to any other cost approach that anyone conducts. You have the year, you have your original cost, you multiply that by your index factors, you get your replacement cost new, you multiply it by your percent good, and it gives you your fair market value. The only difference in our cost approach that is different is that the data that we're using is actually data that comes from transactions within the marketplace. That is the PTRS tables. If we go to SB 120, I believe 128, there you have the market segments. So the market segments are different because the table is not trying to accomplish how long an item lasts. The table is trying to accomplish the market value within the market segment of that type of equipment. That is what appraisers use to come up and actually be able to put forth all three forms of obsolescence, right? The first obsolescence we would have is physical. The second obsolescence would be functional. The third obsolescence would be economic. If you have sales, like in this particular case, we reviewed over 4,500 comparable sales of the different types of equipment within the hotel itself. That would encompass the three forms of depreciation. A life table does not arrive at market value. only a table that encompasses all three forms of obsolescence. That doesn't mean that the life table is incorrect. What it means is that you would have to take the life table, depreciate the physical, and then also back into it the functional and economic obsolescence, okay? And I was talking there on SB 128, which is about the PTRS tables. Now, let's talk a little bit about market segments. When you have a hotel, the hotel itself is a market segment. What does it include? It includes many things. It includes TVs, poker tables, chairs. It includes many, many, many items. What we tried to do here is actually use the 19 of them so we could actually narrow in on each specific type of equipment that was in the hotel, which gives us a better understanding that the market value is more defined, more credibly defined because of using market segments and not using actually lives. Let's talk a little bit about the price analysis. The price analysis that we put in here, it's just to conform, so we understood that some of the items, and the problem is we wanted to have 3,000 of these in here. The problem is that the description of the items on the asset list were horrible. So we only could depict this amount. If we could have depicted many more amounts, we would have been able to do it. And it's only to verify that if the market overall, if the overall tables are correct, and that's what we did here. I understand that there was an issue of instead of 8% to 10%, we wouldn't have made any adjustment for that because in my opinion of doing this for 30 years and doing it against other appraisers, we understand that a 10% difference in value, anywhere between 5 or 10% difference in value, that's going to happen because of the data and the amount of data that each appraiser uses in their report. So that's why the price analysis was conducted. If you go to, okay, here we go. I believe it's SB 140. You could clearly see that this is a cost approach. And it was done by market segment. Year one depreciation is always important because the first year of a used piece of equipment is probably the longest drop, and it depreciates longer almost the first year than any other. That's common in the used market. So let's say you take and I'm just trying to give you an example here. Let's say you buy a brand new car and you take it off the lot. Once you take it off the lot, it starts to depreciate right there and then. You don't have to drive it for a year to depreciate. It immediately starts depreciation. This is exactly the same thing with any equipment anywhere. As soon as that equipment is put in place and in use, it starts its depreciation. That's just the way it is. We did that for all market segments. There's about 7 or 8 pages. And if you get to I believe it's SB 148. that gives you our total fair market value installed of 142,532. The reason that we used fair market value installed is because we asked and we realized that all delivery, all installation and sales tax was being added on what they were reporting to the county. Therefore, I had to use that description for fair market value, but it's actually almost exactly the same as a willing buyer, willing seller, except it already includes delivery and installation. I don't have to redo it onto it. From there on, you have the appraiser's qualification, a photograph presentation that we put together, and then I'm just going to have, and actually there's more backup data there, but I'm just going to finish with a few things, and then I'll hand it over. I think I'm good on time here. First of all, this appraisal report conforms to the uniform standards of professional practice. It conforms to the American Society of Appraisers, and it also has information from the International Assessing Officers. The PTRS tables that were used have over 4,500 data points, which are actual comparable sales. And I mean they're comparable sales is because the PTRS tables, they're actually, the sales information that they have in it is actually verified. Every single one of them is verified either by seller, buyer, or an agent. So they verify the information that it's either a sale or could be this is the price that it would sell for. So it gives us actual transactions information at that time, which is very difficult to find in what we do. It's not like real estate that sometimes they're recorded or you could so this information, this PTRS does give us a lot of actual sales data. We did the price analysis like we talked about. We also looked at hotel remodel studies. And what we do with that is we actually pulled data to see how often hotels are actually remodeled. We do that to see actually what is the total life of it. And in the study that we have, it averages between 5 and 6 years. We also conducted interviews with new and used hotel dealers. The reason we do that, and we spoke to a lot of them, is to basically establish what the average life of this equipment should be, how it's selling in the marketplace, and how is the supply and demand in the marketplace. That way, we could go back to our tables and find out if the tables are either too high, too low, or any adjustments need to be made to them. We reviewed over 1,000 comparable sales data of actual hotel equipment. We did not do a cost approach, so it would be part of our work file and not part of this backup. The reason we do that is because we had to, once we did our cost approach, we knew exactly where that, and the reason I'm talking about hotel equipment, that's one of the larger areas. We wanted to find out how the marketplace is doing for used equipment. Well, by doing this, we actually would be able to know if our price per unit or price per room that we did, which averaged between $7,000 and $9,000, is correct. This information determined that we were in line, even though this information I think showed between $5,000 and $6,000. We were a little higher than that through the PTRS tables.
You have 5 minutes left.
We also conducted interviews with new and used gaming casino dealers. They also provided us with, I think, between 400 or 500 sales of actual equipment. The reason that we needed that information is, again, to verify the other big items, which was the casino and gaming equipment. So we did not just say, here's the PTRS tables, we're doing them that way. We actually encompass and did a lot more research, looked at the marketplace, looked at comparable sales, reviewed comparable sales, then went back to our cost approach and found out if we were reasonable in what we were doing, if the cost approach was appropriate. And that's how we concluded our final value on all of these that we did. I'm done.
Oh, may wrap it up then. Can we switch it in?
Are you going to continue?
I'm going to conclude.
Okay.
So Patrick Broom with Altus Group again. I just wanted to give the board a couple dates so that everybody can kind of understand how we got here. So the appraisal reports that Land Map did were submitted to the assessor's office on February 13th. We weren't obligated to turn them in that early. As soon as we received them, we sent them to the assessor's office. They asked questions on February 14th. We provided answers on February 15th. They had further request calculation support on February 16th. We provided that support on the 17th. Then we received notice on February 21st that the assessor's office wanted to move to the board and did not want to talk about potentially settling anything. So then we had our hearing on the 27th. I mention that because this document that was the crux of the assessor's case was the one that was received at 11 o'clock the day before the hearing. We holed up in the hotel room to try to look at this. I don't have enough time to go through some of the calculation errors that we found in the 200 pages of information. But I just want to point out, if I showed up to a hearing in which one side gave market data support to justify their value, and I had none, and I wanted to try to win that case, I probably would try to confuse the board, confuse the people that presented it, and give data the day before. I would love to answer all these questions. We tried, and I just don't have enough time to ask the appraisers to address some of these points. It just kind of is what it is. Another thing to summarize, and again, to kind of rely on or go back to something the assessors said during their case, using PTRS tables does not constitute an appraisal by itself. Land Map did not get an asset listing, put it on PTRS tables, and send it back and say, yep, it's an appraisal. They inspected the property. They went to the market to look at their own data. They are intimately knowledgeable of the PTRS tables and know what those tables create, yes. But there was an awful lot more work done to arrive at market value. So I think it's a little nonsensical to say you can just use PTRS tables and arrive at a value. Obsolescence exists in personal property. It's massive. When I started this job 30 years ago, there was no ready market for personal property. I'll just admit it. You went to Marshall & Swift, you looked at the year life, and you said, okay, this must be it. E-commerce has created a vast, massive secondary market for this, for personal property that didn't used to exist before. That is a huge amount of supply. And the demand for used personal property is not catching up to the supply. It's going to be decades before we work this out.
You have 1 minute.
Marshall & Swift is I have something to say when you finish. Marshall & Swift is very, very clear, and it states that the tables that are in there only account for physical wear and tear. They do not account for economic or functional obsolescence. You must go to the market to find that. So while this is an issue, it will be one for a while, and assessors' offices are going to have to account for obsolescence when they value property if they're just going to use Marshall & Swift. The assessor's office did not do that, nor give any evidence to support market data in the process.
I have
Yes,
more, but
real
there's
quick.
only a minute, so go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Sejo, on record, real quick. The PTRS tables are actually used and are starting to be used by actual assessing offices throughout the country. So they're used by bankers, they're used by other appraisers, they're used by many other industries. So it's new because I think they were started in 2016. Marshall and Swift's been around for 110 years or whatever, but there's a big distinction.
Time.
One actually is capturing market data, and the other one never was intended for that. It's a lifing study.
We'll conclude there.
Board, do you want to ask questions of the appraisers now, or would we like to hear from Mr. Souza first and then ask questions?
Does the county assessor have a
They have
5-minute?
they have a 5-minute rebuttal. I'm wondering if we want to ask questions now, or do we want to wait?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I'd rather hear the rebuttal.
Okay, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Did you say Mr. Sousa has something to say? Because if we're rebutting, that would be the end of the presentation.
Jim, do you want to come up and close? Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. A couple things we just want to make a point of. What was just stated was that the sales comparison approach was used. We looked at sales. We looked at thousands of sales. We determined that the cost approach was what we needed to use, and we used the PTRS tables. If you go to their appraisal, which is page, what page is it? 114. Sorry. They testified to this very fact. If you go to page 124, it says right on that page at the very last sentence, the sales comparison approach was considered but not used for this appraisal as the make and model of equipment was difficult to ascertain and therefore would not lead to a credible value. So the sales comparison approach was not used. Whether the sales comparison approach was used to develop the PTRS tables is that we're not going to argue that point. They did use it. The problem is that PTRS tables indicated a value that's lower than market. And their own price analysis indicated that. And that is on page 130. Once again, we want to reference that page for the board. What we handed out to you, was just this information with 2 columns added, we actually have that same information in this appraisal. All we added was 1 column to show the percent difference calculation that was wrong. And so if you look to page 12464, I believe that's where it is. 12464. You will see, and this is where there was confusion because we did this in our original analysis and the county board thought that we had done this. And we didn't do this. This was their analysis that we just put in there. It's in a different order because we ordered it from comparable 1 to comparable 15. But you can see the cost new, the percent good column, which is the second one to the right, and then our taxable value. We actually did calculate that 19% good on their cost new, which is the same number that you'll see on the handout we just gave. So it's exactly the same information we gave you before, which is what I testified to yesterday. The only difference is we corrected the percent difference. They did not calculate a percent difference. They took 32% minus 19% to get to the 13% for that first item. That is not a percent difference. It is a subtraction problem, but a percent difference requires a dividing. And if you look at the actual value, what we're concluding to, the value is 37% lower, or in this case, 40% lower than the cost used. $239 is what the PTRS tables would indicate the value would be, and the actual item sold for $400, which is below market. meaning their tables are indicating a number that is much lower than what the market's indicating. Nothing within the price analysis indicated any test of the casino or hotel equipment whatsoever. And even though they're telling us that they have supposedly now hundreds of thousands of data points, that is not shown in the information that they provided to us. What was provided to you, which they are saying are 4,000 data points, of those there's about 2,600 items. And that's 2,600 used items compared to 2,600 new items, not necessarily even the same item. And with that, 28 of those items are even related to any kind of gaming whatsoever. And of those items, there may be 2 to 6 items that are even potentially items that you would find in any of the hotel casinos along the Las Vegas Strip. Of the hotel, there's 77. So of the 4,000 data points, we're talking about 28 gaming items and 77 hotel items, which we do not believe at all are comparable to anything you would find in any of the properties along the Strip. You might find them in a Best Western, you might find them in a Holiday Inn, but you're not going to find them on the casino Strip in Las Vegas. And then the final thing that I want to do is I want to reference page 12499. And this is from the personal property manual, because there's been statements that were made at the county and, okay, thank you, and hinted at here today that we are not doing any kind of market test, we're not looking at any kind of obsolescence. And as the taxpayers representative indicated, it is very difficult when you have 22,000 lines of assets that are being given to you to be able to do an individual comparable sales analysis. This is why we rely on the department to do the analysis for us. They do it every single year. They conduct a workshop where any party can come and present evidence for why there needs to be differences or there could be problems with the tables. The industry did do that. That's why they've addressed the 10-year life on the hotel furnishings, which has been approved now for the manual for the 24-25 fiscal year. But this paragraph here that says market tests, the department themselves conduct market tests, and it says there, in addition to the sources already cited, the department conducts market tests to validate the results of applying the cost indices to particular items of personal property. The original cost of a selected sample of personal property items is trended using the proposed cost index conversion factor.
Time.
The result of this calculation is compared to actual average resale of the item obtained from various market research sources. The purpose of the market test is to ensure the proposed cost indices do not result in a value which exceeds full cash value. So the department themselves is doing that to make sure that when we value these assets, we're not exceeding full cash value. If we are doing that, then the whole system is wrong and we need to toss it out and start over. And that's in essence what we believe is happening. If we are to accept these PTRS tables, that means, because they've come from the same starting place that the counties come at, they're looking at acquisition costs, they're multiplying it times of index factor, and they're applying a percent good. What we believe is the percent good that they're applying isn't reasonable based on the evidence that they've produced in the record, and in addition to that is illegal because now we're having a new set of valuations for these properties versus all the other businesses throughout the county or the state. And if we are to accept these tables, as they want to indicate other states are accepting, that is a different methodology they may do in other states. Our state has a methodology that has been approved by the legislature and by the Nevada Tax Commission that the department does every single year and researches every single year. I don't know if you have any other final. So with that, those are our closing statements, and we will be free to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay, board, at the instruction of our attorney, I am going to close this hearing for deliberation. During the deliberative process, we are able to ask questions of the parties. So no new discussion. Please answer the questions as they're asked, and we can move this thing along. Questions of our deliberation or questions of the parties?
Mr. Chair, Tyree Gray for the record. I'll start with a couple, and I'm sure that we'll have some follow-up.
Make sure
that I'm close enough to
yes.
Heard. Yes. Thank you. Mr. Sejo, like you Similar to what you testified, you chose to use certain rooms. You didn't inspect like you've stated, you didn't inspect every single room. And so, like you, the county chose to look at certain items to check against your methodology. It seemed to be critical of the county's approach in that. Can you explain the critical nature of why criticize a county for looking at, per se, a poker table?
I didn't criticize the county
Okay.
at all. I'm sorry, Mr. Sejo. I have not criticized the county in anything. I just exposed the way we did it and how it was done. I'm sorry if you understood some.
Okay, no. Well, my question is that doesn't it seem reasonable to be able to test certain items for integrity of the info? So you wouldn't look at every single hotel room to say, all right, this is the quality of the hotel room. You would look at a couple of hotel rooms.
That's
what
correct.
I understand the county has done is that they have looked at a couple of the line items, a couple of the data points that you have provided, and said, you have a poker table here, and per the eBay, say for instance, the quality of the poker table that is $400 in the eBay report that I saw here, and I can't remember these page numbers because there's a lot of them, but it was like a floating poker table for $400.
Yeah,
Right.
I think. Okay, so I think in the cases of the PTRS table, what they're trying to put together is a market segment, and try to give the most information within that market segment, meaning we have this caliber, this caliber, this caliber, and this caliber. What the PTRS table also do is they have a weighted average. So it comes into play where if there's a weighted average, they're going to attribute equal value to everything within that table that they're using. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? I'm sorry. Sorry. Thank you. Sorry. Did you understand my answer?
Yeah, I heard you. So I will, in a deliberative fashion, I will voice kind of my general ideas and concerns, which have kind of been placed by the county. The quality of rooms that we have here in Las Vegas differ from the quality of rooms that they have in fill-in-the-blank city and fill-in-the-blank state. I don't want to throw a city or a state and get hate mail from anybody under the bus. So Las Vegas is known for having luxury properties. The Bellagio is a property that is considered to be luxury and regardless of market. And so to use comparisons that visually are way below what I have ever seen in my time, either A, staying at the Bellagio and or touring the Bellagio, as a data point of equal value, fair market value, it does give me a measure of pause. And I'll just say that as a general deliberative nature, but I'll step off the mic and allow others if they have specific questions, but I wanted to put that out there.
I have something that might help with that. Can you explain how the comparables are used in terms of refurbished cost new and the trade value, the
level of trade.
Level of trade.
Okay, yeah, so what I think Mr. Broom is talking about, that the level of trade used within those comparables were the highest level of trade. And what they're trying to do is, you looked at one that might not, for some reason or other, you don't like. That does not mean that it's not a comparable within the market itself. I do understand of the quality that you have, that is in Vegas, but at the same time, we are trying to determine what would be the market value of that piece of equipment in the marketplace.
Mr. Chair, if you'll indulge me, so I appreciate that. And so even in one of the items, it showed a hotel liquidation, and I don't think a liquidation is the arm's length transaction. That's usually either bankruptcy and or going out of business. And so, again, even within, I mean, and look, I get it. One item can't form the basis for all all things within a class, right? Just like one hotel room can't tell the story of the entire hotel. You have to take a fair collection, weight of the different rooms to have an appreciation of what it is. What I'm concerned about is that when we're looking at hotel property, personal property on the strip corridor is very different than hotel property in any other tourist corridor in most cities and or states. And so the weight given to it has to be a little different in my opinion. And that's where I'll leave my comments at the moment.
I will tell you that what you're looking at was not a liquidation. That's the name of the company. Hotel Liquidators. That's just the name of the company. But they actually take the equipment, refurbish it, and resell it in the secondary market. Thank you.
Tim, go ahead.
Thank you, Tyree. Let's find that page. That was an example of, I think the assessor's office brought that up and gave us an example of some of the sales transactions that were in the exhibits out of the tables from the company PT RS. There were some, 10, 12,000 pages here of eBay stuff. And can you refer me back to the couple of examples that you stated, Kelly, Mr. Kelly?
Yes, the hotel category. Is that what you're referring to? Or the casino?
Hotel category.
The hotel category begins on page 4,962.
Okay, yeah.
If you were asking for one of the full room packages, that would be on page, the first one is on page 5,158, 5158.
Yeah, there's no freaking way.
Okay, all right, let's get onto that page. 5158. I think this is what Tyree was referring to.
May I have 1 second to find it, sir?
Sure.
Taking a second.
On the right-hand side of your column, you can input that page number if you're in Adobe, whatever this is, PT.
It's 5158, SB 5158. We're there. Thank you, sir.
It says King Suite Hotel Room Contents. Then it says liquidation, only 2 years old. US $600. So is that the name of the company, sir, liquidation, or is that a liquidation sale?
It says it's National Product Liquidation. Is that what? I'm sorry. It says National Product Liquidation. That's the name of the firm. They have 4 locations nationwide, and I believe they spoke to Ruth Hampton there, and that's how they were able to get this information.
This listing, however, says King Suite Hotel Room Contents Liquidation, 2 years old. This particular listing, correct?
So the name that eBay put up there says it's a king suite, right? A king size bed suite, right? Contents liquidation, only 2 years old. the company, if you look at the bottom of that page, that is selling the eBay seller is National Product Liquidator, 4 locations nationwide. There's a phone number for Ruth Hampton, who was called to confirm that the rooms come from an upscale New York hotel, can purchase all new for $1,400.
Sorry, I'm looking at the top of this. It's King Suite Hotel Room Contents Liquidation Dash only 2 years old. So is this a fair market value transaction? Is it a sale? How much was they asking for? How much did it sell for?
Okay, so according to them, it sold for $600.
That's the sale price.
That's the sale price.
So the liquidators, the company, buys this stuff at liquidation, then they resell it in the secondary market on eBay for a price, and that's willing buyer, willing seller transaction at that point.
This is advertised. This is on the market for This is advertised on the market for anybody to look at, for anybody to see. So to me, it's an arm's length transaction.
They bought it at liquidation. We're not claiming the comparable is liquidation. The price that they paid for this from the hotel is not the price that PTRS is using. It is after and this goes back to level of trade. So what happens a lot of times with these liquidators is they acquire these goods, then they refurbish them to cost new. They make them, they increase the level of trade of them. Then they put it out for sale, and somebody else comes in and buys it. That's the used market. That's the way the used market would work.
There's 5,000 some odd sales that you're relying upon in this data. The 12,000 pages, they have 5,000 or 6,000 sales that are just similar to this.
4,500 sales.
All right. In your appraisal report, you give the condition of the property as fair. Fair-good, I believe. Can you tell me which rooms you saw were fair? What part of the property we have photographs of, or where's the stuff that's fair at the Bellagio? Fair condition.
Okay, when we, as appraisers in personal property, look at the condition code, it's just we're not saying it's just fair physically, but we're also accounting for its functionality and its economics. That's the way it's done in personal property. So you're not just looking at an item and saying, that's a great piece of item. You're looking at the item and you have to analyze the functional and economics of it also, not just the physical part. I get what you're saying, but that's the way that we're trained. That's the way that it's put together. That's why we said it was fair.
Can you explain it a little bit more? I don't understand.
Okay.
What part of the Bellagio is in fair condition?
What part of the
personal property items that you inspected?
Some of the rooms.
What of them were in fair condition?
Some of the rooms that we saw were in fair condition. I only think I saw 1 or 2 rooms were probably at good condition. Rest of them, there was wear and tear of them.
Which rooms were they, and how old was the furniture that was in there? And which
I would have
is
to
it on the schedule here that you're showing me?
I would have to go back to my file to see exactly what rooms we looked at. That's in my file, but I don't have that with me. I'm sorry.
I guess the biggest, one of the largest criticisms is that the sample that you utilized to say that you were at 8%. You know which document I'm talking about here?
Yes.
Let's all get on that page here. what the assessor handed out in this package, and it's also in the report. Ms. Whiter, you referred to it in your presentation. I remember.
Right.
Yes,
we
it's
saw
on
that
page 130.
I'm sorry?
It's on page 130.
Yes, thank you. 130. Okay, this is where you do your price analysis, and you say based on these items, there's an 8% difference between what these items show and what you obtained from the PTRS tables. Is that correct?
Correct. 10%, because they said there was.
And the assessor's office says it's not 8%, they say it's 10%.
Correct.
Right, okay, so I'm concerned about this table for the same reasons the assessor's office was, and we're looking at a bunch of computers and gym equipment. There's no gaming equipment on here at all. And your gaming equipment, you're substantially depreciating significantly in the first year, but you're only basing it upon computers that have sold here. Is that correct, sir?
No, I'm actually depreciating it based on the PTRS tables. This here, all it's showing us that overall, there's only an 8% or 10% difference when we went into the marketplace.
Yeah, but your sample is
Did not include any
computers.
game.
Didn't include any gaming equipment. That's the biggest one of the biggest items on the valuation is the hotel rooms and the gaming equipment. And
Sorry
you're
to
basing this
interrupt.
on,
You guys are speaking over each other and speaking too fast, and the court reporter can't keep up.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to point that out, sir. That's the issue that I have, and I agree with the assessor's office there that that's utilizing that sample is it's not convincing me of anything. I was concerned about the condition and also the sample that's used here, and then looking at the sales data that's in the 12,000 pages. I kind of skimmed through there. I saw several examples similar to what we just looked at of supposed comparable sales of items. The assessor's office doesn't have any comparable sales either. They're just relying on the charts and the information that the state has put together. And it's my understanding that they've testified that they've changed the life on the one item from 15 to 10 years. That was based on the sample that the department did. They sent out questionnaires to over 200 hotels in the state of Nevada, and I think 26 of them responded, and they've had a workshop, and that's what they came up with, and I agree with that. My big concern in the whole thing is that I think that the appraisal depreciates the property, the personal property, too much in the first year, but I don't think that the assessor's office depreciates it at all in the first year, and I don't think that's reasonable. The example is used of a car. You drive it off the lot and it's depreciated. The same with, I think, hotel furnishings, beds, tables, chairs, anything that's in the room. Once it's put into service and the room's been rented, it's used equipment. I don't think that it should be zero depreciation in the first year, Mr. Chairman. So those are my points. Is that I think the appraisal is gone too far, but I don't think the assessor's office has gone far enough.
Thank you, gentlemen. So far, this discussion seems to be down in the weeds. I'd like to take a little bit higher view of the questions at hand. I'm a real estate appraiser. I'm not a personal property appraiser, and so I'm going to ask a couple of questions to kind of edify, to provide me information regarding your profession. In real estate, there's a concept of highest and best use. Is there a similar concept in personal property appraisal? Yes, no?
Yes.
In real estate appraisal, obsolescence is generally measured against a property as a a functioning enterprise, if it is in fact a functioning enterprise. An office building, as an example, is valued including its components. If the cost approach suggests that an office building had a cost of $1 million, and the market suggests that as an office building, it has a market value of $2 million, then it follows that there is not obsolescence, that the unit is the functioning office building. The parking lot, which is a portion of it, if it was sold at liquidation and somebody had to rip it up and drag it out, would have no value. But as part of a going operation, it does have value. It contributes to the whole, although there's no specific allocation of income to the third parking space from the left. So is there a similar concept in personal property appraisal where the obsolescence accrues if the enterprise is failing?
No.
So what you're telling me is that in this case, the market that you're searching for the personal property of a functioning and arguably thriving enterprise, the personal property component, the utilization by that user is not relevant to the valuation for tax purposes.
No, that's not quite what I said.
I think what might be instructive, what you're describing can exist in personal property. So, for example, when COVID came, the casinos were shut down. No gaming equipment would sell at all, right? So that's an external event that would have contributed economic obsolescence in that moment. But there's underlying obsolescence that exists within personal property that is not, it's a supply and demand issue right now with secondary equipment. So the health of the individual business is not the only factor that would determine obsolescence. It certainly could affect it. It certainly could affect it in the short run.
Mary Sue, I'm in the middle of a meeting.
We'll call you back later, or just call us when you're available.
I think that's Al.
Sam.
It's Sam.
Okay, he put us on mute. So the obsolescence you're talking about can exist in the short run, right? But there's also supply and demand obsolescence that exists. Assessing jurisdictions across the country are relying on Marshall and Swift that only measures physical wear and tear. So if you put a tremendous amount of supply in the market now, because these items are readily available for purchase, and there's not a demand to buy these items, that is obsolescence.
Thank you. Your definition of value, the heading is market value installed. How does a comparable that is not installed but being removed and delivered to someplace else comport with that definition or that heading? You're not, the market value definition is as installed, not as liquidated and removed.
That's correct, but the installation, it's already included because I'm doing a cost approach. So it's already and I explained that earlier. The cost approach, my original cost that was reported by the client to the assessor's office already has the delivery installation in there. So that's why the use of fair market value installed. So what we do is we take that number, we bring it to replacement cost new, then that replacement cost new gets percent good, and it equals the market value. if I were to put the delivery installation afterwards, I would be double dipping because it's already included in the original cost.
Okay, so we have what I believe are transactions that conform exactly to your market value installed definition. In the case of the Bellagio, it's some $80 million in transactions that we have verification of from the client under penalty of perjury when they file their personal property tax return for tax year 2022. These are exactly the properties that we are dealing with, and they were acquired, I'm assuming, in the market, and they were installed. But your analysis has completely discounted this some $80 million in transactions in the Bellagio, and arguably, I did not tally it, but between the 8 properties, probably $200 or $300 million in properties that were acquired in 22 and installed, and those costs are reflected here. Is there a reason why you discounted or completely ignored that pool of sales data?
Okay, so when I look at their new purchases, that's what you're speaking about, sir. Those new purchases, and maybe I'm misunderstanding you, those new purchases already include the Bellagio's delivery, installation. Those already have it in there. So I did not discount it at all. What we did was, it was depreciated at the end because delivery and installation based on ASA and USPAP gets depreciated the same exact way that the market is depreciated. So it's never at 100%. It will never be at 100% because no willing buyer or willing seller can get that in the secondary market, get that money back. Now, in the primary market, which is what their cost is, they're paying for it. But once it gets to the secondary market, basically it starts depreciation just like the equipment does. Because no willing buyer is going to pay for the Bellagio's delivery and installation, but it is included. It's included in there because we have the same exact numbers that were reported by Bellagio as our cost.
In personal property, is there a concept of value and use?
So by code, we're supposed to value things in exchange, what it would sell for on a fee simple sale. Is there a value and use concept? Yes. You should speak to it, but yes, you can absolutely value things in use if that's what the appraisal calls for.
Okay.
Okay.
No, I think, Mr. Chairman, I think the appraiser is continuing to discuss the installation and delivery and the sales tax and everything. But I think your point is that the Bellagio just bought $75 million worth of personal property. Are you asking him, did he consider that as a arm's length sale? Is that a comparable sale? Is that what your question was?
That was my question.
And I don't think he answered that. Could you address that, please, sir? I think that
I'm
was a
so
very
sorry.
good
I
question.
misunderstood you. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. So they purchased that new. Once they installed it as used. So once that installation goes in or that use starts, that new goes away. So I considered it, but I cannot use it as an arm's length transaction because we're here to value equipment that's already used in the used marketplace, not in the new marketplace. That's why there's depreciation. And so I'll go back to the car. You buy the car brand new. As soon as you drive it off the lot, it's used. It's the same exact concept.
So let's look at a specific item, and this is going to be not an item that's on any of the lists, but for a thought experiment. We have a property owner who acquires a special use sign. Let's assume it's Marge's Amazing Cats, or Porsche Cars of North America, or the Bellagio. Acquires a sign that is specific to that enterprise, and probably with the exception of some unique antiquity value or collector value, once it's installed, if it is taken back to the market, its value is scrap. And is that the argument that you're making, is that without regard to what the use of this property is and why it was acquired, that as soon as it's installed and being used for the purpose it was intended, that it becomes, in that case, scrap? Because nobody, a sign like Marge's Amazing Cats, if you took it out, it would be a pile of busted plastic and some light bulbs. That there is no market for it because it's a unique and specific piece of equipment for that enterprise, and it is serving the purpose of that enterprise. Is that what you're telling me?
No, sir. I am not telling you that once it's installed, it's scrapped at all.
Well, you're saying that the only market for that property would be a liquidation market. That, as soon as it's installed, the appropriate way to measure its utility or value is to put it on eBay and say, come and get it. So unless there's another Marge who has a store that's called Amazing Cats, you're going to end up with somebody who's going to melt this thing down for scrap. And so is that the market that this property belongs in?
You want to say something?
No, go ahead.
No, and that's not the way it was appraised.
I beg to differ. I think if you look at the comps that you used, it's the scrap market. It's not a market where the individual utility is being measured. We have a pile of used tables, and come and get one. For $400. That doesn't seem that it's serving the purpose of this hearing very well to me. Gentlemen, I've been on my tirade for a moment. If you would care to weigh in and let me catch up my breath.
Yeah, I wanted to give Al an opportunity to weigh in before I come back in, if you'd like, Al.
Yeah, I'm rolling around a couple of thoughts. It does seem, as Mr. Morris stated earlier, in one regard, it doesn't seem correct to not claim any depreciation in year one. Used is used, even if it's still in the box. I think you're buying it secondhand, and I think the pricing would reflect that. The other thing that comes back, and notwithstanding that we have a personal property tax guide, the cases that we've had over the years, it's kind of like the Holy Grail was an appraiser coming in and providing an appraisal. And they're certified, and their reputation depends on the outcome. And in this case, we have an appraisal, and I feel a little bit troubled discounting the fact that we've got certified people that came in, did their job. If we don't put some weight on that, why have appraisers? And so those are kind of a couple of thoughts I'd like to share.
Tyree Gray for the record. It seems so. The county has put together a system, and that system is intended to kind of limit the amount of subjectivity, right? When we have certain cases like this. And I agree, we do have an appraiser out, and in no way, shape, or form would I want to discount the appraiser, because again, I mean, the job that you did obviously was exhaustive, and so in no way is there a critique against your work in any way, shape, or form. I think the question really comes down to methodology and how you approach particular items, and particularly items that are unique in value based upon their use here in the Las Vegas corridor, strip corridor. I would agree with Al's comments, and I'd agree with those of our chair and Tim's, for that matter, that it does not seem right that there would be zero depreciation after the purchase. If you buy a TV and it's still in the box from Costco, unless you return it to Costco, you're probably not going to get even money back, period. So we can appreciate that. So I do agree that having zero depreciation in year one, whether or not it's been hung on the wall or it's just sitting in your garage or in a warehouse in this case, does not seem to be reasonable. But I will continue my concern of, it seems as though some of the, again, using eBay, and again, the secondary market has changed everything. So, but using eBay as our method of valuing property, personal property inside of, one of the world's premier hotel guest destinations seems a little off to me, and I don't know that there is a different market, but that seems a little off to me. And I would like to say that I believe that the Bellagio is in very good condition. I would never want to say that Bellagio is only fair condition. I think that Bellagio is an absolute wonderful property. And so, again, I have some hesitation around some of the descriptions of the property there.
May I speak to condition real quick? So what's important to note, and I've listened to Mr. Sejo give this definition across the country, condition as it relates to personal property, you really have to factor in the economic environment of selling this thing. So while the Bellagio is the premier property, it's value in use versus value in exchange. If we were value in use, then I completely understand the argument that the Bellagio is a premier property. This is worth this to their business enterprise. But we don't value real estate using value in use. It's value in exchange, what somebody else would come in and buy that property for. So the fact that a premier, if you have a restaurant in there and it's the nicest restaurant in town, and somebody else comes in and they don't run a restaurant just as well, the real estate itself didn't change values. It's a restaurant, right? So the fact that the Bellagio is a premier property, you need to take the items that are in the Bellagio. Frankly, what would happen with most of them is and MGM would tell you this, the assets go down the waterfall of properties for them. So they go from the Bellagio, then they might go into maybe MGM, and then New York, and then Excalibur. So it just kind of goes down. And what would these items sell for at the end of the waterfall is how MGM's in-use operation works. But for the appraisal purposes, you're going to the market and saying, if you paid this much for it, this hotel item, and then it's sold later, what is that depreciation that's experiencing? That PTRS is measuring that depreciation rate. Then they're saying, cost that Bellagio paid. So again, nicer item, the cost starts higher. So the value of that item is higher, but they're measuring just the depreciation PTRS when they go and do that. Then they put on top of it installation, freight installation to get it into the Bellagio. That's still being factored in the valuation that is in this appraisal report. None of that's missing. So I totally get it. You're looking at a Bellagio and saying, this is a premier property. This stuff must be worth a lot of money. Whatever they paid for it, that's the starting point for this. Whatever it costs for them to install it, that's also in the starting point for it. PTRS is only measuring the depreciation that exists in the used market for equipment, right? So I think all of that's really, really important to understand the way the calculations work.
And then just real quickly, there was mention to math problem. Will you just reply to that where you have two percentages and we've just subtracted them in order to come to a percentage? Because that's not the way that I was taught, but I just want to make sure that that makes sense.
I want to understand the question a little bit better.
On page 1 and where we have this, so page 1 of their handout, of the county's handout.
Okay.
Line 3, Bellagio.
Mm-hmm.
Samsung TV. Percentage good.
Yes.
PTRS, age percentage good, 19.
Mm-hmm.
And we get difference 13%. Can you just address that? Because the county then comes in and says, well, actually it's 40% because of how the math would work versus just 32 minus 19, which equals 13.
Well, I think that the way
into the microphone.
Excuse me. I think the way this was put together is there's actually a division between the 1,200 and the 400. That gives you the 32%. All it's doing is comparing that 32% to the tables that PTRS put together. All we're saying here is that that's at 32% and the other one is at 19%. That's all.
The price analysis was created in order to test the depreciation percentages. And they found it to be 10% off in total of percentage points from time to time. And that's...
I mean, I don't know.
I know this is grabbing 20 lines of data and looking at it. And I understand it was part of the appraisal report. We would have been happy to walk through every single comp with the assessor's office. We do this with assessing jurisdictions throughout the country. They've had this report since February. And it's very difficult for me to, I understand, believe me, I'm going to restate what I said earlier. If I were going to try to win this case, I would give this to the people the day before and I'd let nobody get a chance to really go and try to research it and understand that this is the crux of their argument. This is exactly how I would do it. But I'd be happy to walk through every single comp with somebody. That's what we often do for assessors.
No, and I respect that. I'm just saying from a pure math perspective.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is, if I take my calculator here and and so new, it's 1260 times 0.32. That gets us at 403, right? So that's what you're saying a percentage good is. What the PTRS saying is a percentage good is 19%. So taking that same 1260 times 0.19. My math teacher would be so proud of me right now. And that's where we get the 239 or the 240, right? The difference in between those two numbers is not 13%. My question to you is, your 13% is merely just saying from a percentage perspective, that's the difference, not the actual difference in between 239 and 400.
In that particular number, yes. The way you're calculating that, I agree with that. I think, again, if you're checking the overall percentages of an entire report, you want to know if I'm using 13% and they're using 15, okay, that one, and that's what the chart's trying to show. But for this individual asset, I'm not going to argue with the numbers.
So when you get down to the average difference, that is the average difference of just two numbers, not the average difference of the actual replacement cost then, right?
That's correct.
That's off and around.
Ms. Widener, can you refer me to in this Bellagio file where you had the breakdown of all the gaming equipment is what I want to zero in on here, and you had some pages that showed what the gaming equipment is, what your value is compared to their value.
Oh, I don't know if we have a comparison of our gaming equipment. Well, we do have, we can look at some lines of that in the information that we submitted yesterday, which was the file where we put the whole asset listing with their value versus our value. Is that what you want, or do you want to actually see what assets they identified for gaming? Meaning what they did to derive their tables?
Well, let's start off. Let's look at the value of the gaming equipment, what they have compared to what you have.
Okay.
Where can I find that in these 12,527 pages that I was given on Monday?
The best thing we can do is we can look at the information that was submitted. Do we have that on your computer? Because I don't have that in front of me. It's what you guys approved that was part of this approval of this additional information that we provided yesterday. There is a, let's see, where is it on here where it has the PTRS table? No.
I have found something that looks sort of like what you're thinking of. It's in the new information that was in the package. It's the Bellagio value, PTRS, and assessor's comparison. Is that what you're looking at?
That it would be the only place that we have our values with their values side by side.
It's a 240-page document that was in addition to the 12,000 pages, but it was part of the package that was available online. Tim, it looks like that.
Can you make that bigger so I can see?
The 240-page?
Yes.
And that, it's 23-118 new evidence?
Yes.
No, it's not new evidence. It's not the one that says new evidence. Well, maybe it does. I don't know what yours says. I don't know how it was given to you in your email, but it was the one that was, it should have columns in kind of a tannish orange and then columns in a mint green. And the columns in the orange towards the right says PTRS value. And then, I'm sorry.
It's identified as assessor's additional information.
Okay. And then PTR's conversion factor index times percent good. So, and then it'll say assessor's taxable value and assessor's conversion factor.
That's the document I'm looking at.
Yes.
That's the document he's looking at.
And so that actually will show all the assets, and it shows you, and what we did was we took, because.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's not what you're asking for?
Right.
Okay, sorry.
What is the value of the gaming equipment at the Bellagio?
We didn't break out just the individual value of the gaming equipment. We have the overall value of everything in the hotel casino. Do we have any of those numbers? I don't think we put any of that in the information that we provided to you. Okay. Okay.
Where's your total value then?
We actually, we did run a little analysis that we didn't include in the information, and our total taxable on gaming equipment is $8,743,000 on the hotel casino. The cost was $39 million originally, but with the depreciation, it came in at $8 million. Is that right? 8 million? Okay. And then the hotel, if you're interested in that, the cost was $258 million, and our taxable was $65 million. The total cost that came into the Bellagio was $543 million, and I'm rounding, and once we depreciated it, our final number was $163 million. And I believe that information is in the brief. It's also, as far as the total value that we have, it's also, I believe, at the top of that page. Is it at the top of that page? No. Did you do it? Did you run totals? No. Let's see here. Where's another place where the total value is? On page 12462, there is a withdrawal letter that actually shows the total value, and then there's a summary page that shows the value on page 12463. And then it shows our value of 163, just to show the overall number, if that's what you're looking for.
All right, well, then let's go back to I guess what I'm looking for is the chart that you had in these, that had the breakdown of the categories, and then it had the life on them, and then it had the depreciation, and yours was 0, and theirs was like 54%, and that was, I think, on like gaming equipment.
That's in the information we just gave you. That's, if you turn the page over, the handout, page 3, I believe it is, or 4. I don't think they're numbered, or 5. Yeah. And it shows the PTRS casino equipment, and then it shows the PP manual 7-year life and PP manual 15-year life. Is that the one you're looking for?
Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm referring to.
Okay.
So they're depreciating the gaming equipment at 42% in year 1, and you're depreciating it at 0 in year 1.
Yes, and just, Mr. Morse, if you don't mind, I just want to emphasize, because you did make a statement that you said there was 4,000 data points, and that the 4,000 data points is not for gaming or hotel. Of the gaming and the hotel, there's only 77 items that are hotel and 28 items that are gaming in all of their entire PTRS tables. There's only 20. I just want to make sure you know that. So
that's what I'm getting to.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks for jumping ahead here.
I'm sorry. I just heard you say that before, so I wanted to clarify.
I know you're keeping track of me, and I appreciate that. Can you gentlemen point us to the sales data that has slot machines in it?
You want to see the comparables?
Yes.
So you got to pull up the appraisal report.
It's 58% good, not 42.
Right. You'll have a chance to explain that. Okay. Come up here and take
a lunch break.
We've got.
Okay.
We've got 5 minutes.
Okay.
42.
Working on. Now you gotta find the slot machine. The slot machine. Where's the slot machine?
Page 3957 is
Right, but you
Try looking at page 3230. See if that.
All right, so show me that. 204. Okay. Our appraisal's bookmarked when it's in our PDF, so we can find it very quickly. It's when it gets scanned, it's no longer bookmarked. Takes a second. 204. Close. Here we go. There you go. Page 3296 is the first slot machine you'll find.
While we're searching, Marion, go ahead, I'm sorry.
$3,296, you're referring to Williams WSM 882 slot machine Gorilla Chief.
Yes, sir.
How many of those does Bellagio have?
So the way slot machines work at MGM is, and just about every casino, is what you see is a skin on top of a slot machine. Those exact slot machines last a really long time. So this is a Gorilla slot machine because that's the skin that's on there. But if you were to go and peel off the skin, it wouldn't surprise me at all if there was many, many slot machines that were exactly like this one. Not the Gorilla, but many, many. The skin is what you see, consumers see when they go in, is that Wheel of Fortune slot machine. That Wheel of Fortune slot machine used to be the in-sync slot machine 20 years ago. It could have been. But that's how, if you see where they keep their used equipment, a lot of times it's in a room in the back, and those slot machines will, as they replace skins from one to the other, will turn in. So when we look at asset listings, because we look at things for ghost assets all the time, we know that slot machines, you can't just say, how many do you have on the floor? Okay, this is how many I find on your asset listing. There's ghost assets. We know that there's a lot that are in the refurbishment area, getting new skins and put back into but the nuts and bolts of it are very similar.
Well, that didn't answer my question, sir. How many Williams WMS type slot machines does Bellagio have?
I do not have that readily to me.
What kind of slot machines does Bellagio have?
Well, they have very similar ones to this, but I don't know how many exactly.
No, what type do they have? What kind of machines are they?
Let me go
Are they Bally's? Are they IGTs? Or
Yeah, they're IGTs, most of them.
and they cost how much? $20,000, $25,000?
Not at what I saw at original cost.
We can search the asset listing and find them. And
Well, that's what I'm looking at, is the asset listing of this, the 70-some-odd $million stuff they just bought. The slot machines are like $25,000. And then there are some slot machines that go to as high as $100,000. My question is, though, really, you're looking at the sale of an old slot machine at $1,300 and telling us that is one of the comparable sales that you use to determine the value of the slot machines at Bellagio. Is this Gorilla Chief? Is that correct? That's one of your comparables?
Right.
$1,300. Okay, what's the next one?
So
How many slot machines, used slot machines do you have that are comparable sales? And where are they?
I don't know, is this the right pages?
okay, so they want to know where all your slot machine comps are, right? So for the Bellagio, how many pages of,
There's one right here.
right, is that? Yeah, we have to find it on yours. We have more slot machine comps in the appraisal report. We have to find it in this, in the evidence here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, that I'm dragging you through the weeds here, but I did begin my first career when I turned 21 running slot machines in various locations, and I'm very familiar with slot machines. I'm still involved in several taverns in the Las Vegas area, and we deal with slot machines and gaming properties quite a bit. So that's why I want to kind of drill down on the slot devices. So why don't we take a lunch break and let these guys find their data, and we can, if that's acceptable to you, sir.
Yes. What's the minimum amount of time that you guys feel you can do for lunch?
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
30 minutes?
Is there any other assets other than slot machines you would like to have? Because in the time you were speaking, we found 3 or 4 more comps. Is there something other than slot machines you want, just so that?
Not at this time. There probably are, but I want to look through the list again.
And we can find them. They're in the report, but.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Which is this?
Okay, we're not adjourning, we're, what's the word? Recessing until 1:45, 12:45.
Recording stopped.
Again, my name is Bob Schiffmacher. I'm the chairman of the State Board of Equalization. It is
Recording in
5 minutes
progress.
late. It is 10 minutes to 1 on Friday, October 6th. I'm reconvening the meeting, the October 5th and 6th meeting after lunch. I believe that Tim had asked a question, and then I think I'd like to kind of change the focus after that question has been answered. But go ahead, Tim.
What do you mean change the focus?
Go ahead and.
Yes, sir. I think I had asked a question about the comparable sales of slot devices.
Yes, sir.
Where could I find that information?
Yes, sir. There are 7 comparable slot sales. I'm going to walk you through each one of them. The first one would be on SBE page 3309. I'll give everybody a second to get there. 3309.
Go ahead.
Is everyone here? Okay. So this is a Tiger Realm slot machine. The used buy it now price would be $1,650. That's what somebody could go and buy it for. If you scroll to the next page, you'll see the listing of the costs new. So Worldwide Gaming inventory list in 2006 had a Tiger Realm slot 18-inch LCD. If you take it to the next page, because it's a Excel file, so it doesn't, it's 2 pages. It was available for sale July 1st, 2009 for $26,388. So from that, you would impute a depreciation. The next.
So wait a minute. So
Yes,
on
sir.
3311, I guess, that's where what's the source of this information?
Mitchell Rolnick with land map valuation. Excuse me, sir. This is an asset listing?
Have you been sworn?
Yeah, he was sworn in yesterday.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your last name and spell it for the record?
Yes, ma'am. It is Rolnick, R-O-L-N-I-C-K.
Okay, Mr. Rolnick, on page 3311, we have a list of some information here. What's the source of that?
This is an asset listing from another casino.
So this is showing us that Tiger Realm slot machine was put into place at another casino in 2019 for $26,388.
That is correct, sir.
2009.
2009, I'm sorry. Okay, so then you're looking at what it sold for on eBay on whatever. What's the source of this? The 1650, where'd that come from?
That is actually from Tiger Realm Worldwide Gaming. It's not eBay, sir. It's a company that sells used casino machines.
Where is this device? The money for 1650. Where do you get it? How do you get it? How do they? Is the shipping and handling and sales tax and everything else included in the 1650? And
No, sir. That would not include shipping or sales tax. Again, that is not part of the PTR's tables, as those values are captured in the original cost that's depreciated.
okay, but are you comparing a cost new at the the $26,000 would include shipping, handling, installation, and sales tax, but the sale then at the 1650 does not. Is that what you just told me?
No, sir. It's our understanding, anytime that PTRS has utilized a asset listing, the asset listing is just, that cost is just for that asset, and they've extrapolated the delivery and installation costs, is what our understanding is.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the answer.
So the $26,000, from what we've been told by PTRS, is just for the piece of equipment. It did not include the delivery and installation costs in that cost.
Okay, but the source of this information you said is from another casino.
That is correct, sir.
So this is off of their asset reporting.
Correct, sir.
And you're telling me that cost us, in that $26,380, it doesn't include shipping, handling, sales tax, or installation?
That is our understanding, yes, sir.
But when we look at the Bellagio's asset list, it does include that.
Yes, sir. So again, when you do a cost approach, the shipping and handling installation that's specific to the Bellagio is going to be capitalized with every asset, because that's the way the assessor would want it reported as well. So we report the entire thing. PTRS is looking at the depreciation, which is all forms of, economic obsolescence, functional wear and tear, and applying that to it. But the delivery, shipping, installation is part of the Bellagio acquisition cost.
How old is the machine that's sold for $1,650?
It would also be a 2009 piece of equipment, sir.
Gotta go right in here, man.
Where does it say that?
Here, let me find it for you.
That appears that. Would that be the day it was put in service in the, on page 3311?
I don't know that, sir.
Because there's another date associated with that piece of equipment, 2006 on the prior page.
Yeah, so you have that there.
That's highlighted.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry. So yes, the piece of equipment is a 2006 piece of equipment. It was installed in 2009. And if you, the person that we spoke to, the person that was spoken to at Worldwide is on page 3310 at the top. They spoke to a Caroline Hansen of Sales. That's how they would have determined the age of the used piece of equipment.
Okay, what's the next example?
Sure. Let's go to page 3312.
Yeah, the very next one.
The very next page, very next column. No. Okay. Go ahead, walk them through it.
So this is another example from the same used seller and new cost coming from an asset listing. This one is a Buffalo. It is being sold for $3,200. It's a 2008 machine, and its original install date was in 2011, and an original cost of $11,335.
Sir, that 3314 that you're referring to, that the cost new at $11,335, that says that's a conversion kit. The price of the conversion kit for a Buffalo slot machine was $11,335. So when Mr. Broom was talking about these are just boxes with skins on them, that what looks like to me that was a converted box. It cost $11,335.
Or the box for conversion?
Yeah.
To implement the conversion?
Right. Okay, we'll move on to the next example. I'm not too impressed with that one.
The next one's on page 3330. I'd walk them through it.
So
Okay.
this is a an eBay comp. This is a fully restored top dollar 5-reel 9-line. The asking price was $6,300. It sold for $5,800, and the cost new was $13,500. It's 3 years old. If you scroll down, there's going to be an email.
Where's the cost new? Where'd that come from?
We're going to take you that to you, so right now. Keep going. So there's an email on page, where are we? 3332, between a gentleman named Emilio and the seller of this equipment.
So you're looking at a refurbished machine that's sold for $6,300, or no, it's sold for $5,800, but it would cost new was $13,500. So that's where you're developing a depreciation from this part of this example?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The next comparison is going to be on page 3372.
Probably another email. Can you scroll down, please?
Okay.
This example is similar to the last, as it's an eBay comp. The asking price is $4,000. The new cost would be $25,000, and it's 4 years old. And again, if you scroll down 2 pages, it appears there's another email conversation.
I'm sorry, what?
If you scroll down 3 pages to 3375, there's another conversation via message between the seller and PTRS as to what they sell it for new and how old the machine is.
Okay.
The next comparable is on page 3382.
We're back to the worldwide gaming. This is a CATS LCD. It's an IGT machine. They're asking $1,950 for it. If you scroll down. This is a 2004 piece of equipment.
3309.
It was put into service in 2009, and the original cost was $21,046.
I think that was the first.
The very next, you ready for the next comp, sir?
Go ahead.
Okay, the next comp is on the next page at 3385.
You can find it, let me know.
This is another IGT machine. This is an all-star poker machine. This is being sold for $1,950. It's a 2007 machine, and it was put in service in 2012 at a new cost of $20,586.
And the last comp I was able to find for you is on page 3388.
And this is a WMS machine. This is a Gorilla Chief. It's being sold for $1,800. It's a 2008 unit with an install date of 2013 and an original cost of $25,177.
Carry on.
3390 is where they're showing the cost new at the $25,177 in 2013 of a WMS Gorilla Chief video slot machine. And then it sold used for, or it was listed for 18. What did it sell for?
we understand it sold for the 1850.
I also, just to speak to costs Bellagio is spending on their slot machines, while we were on break, I pulled up the asset listing and found 270 line items of just IGT. I just wanted to, the amount of time I had. So 270 line items of IGT slot machines. Their average cost is $15,225 is what they're paying for their slot machines, IGT slot machines.
Were those new machines or were those used machines?
They're all new. Anything on the Bellagio asset listing is going to be new. Well, my understanding is that they're new. This is how much, I'm sorry, let me restate. This is how much MGM paid for these slot machines and capitalized these costs.
Ms. Widener, did you have a comment?
I know that you're asking the taxpayers' representatives questions. With regards to this, there's so much more that we could have gotten into we just tried to limit our time, we knew we only had so much time. Even what you're asking them the questions, it doesn't make sense to us that we've got a 2009 item that was installed in 2013 and a 2006 item that was installed in 2011. I mean, who can afford to pay this kind of money for machines and have them sit around before they're installed? I don't understand the difference between the age of the item and when it was installed. And then I also don't understand what the age of the item that they're actually selling for, and is it really the identically same item? So I don't know that we're doing similar things, but they're not identical things in the comparison of even deriving these depreciation percentages. And then the asset listing that is with the Bellagio has slots going back that are considerably old, even though we have them on a 7-year life. We've got them as old as, I think, 2015. I don't know what it is, but there's things that are brand new and there's things that are 10 years or older within their asset listing. But anyway, I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. I'm not real thrilled with the examples that were given either, and there's still some questions I have, and I don't want to get any further into the weeds. I just think that we saw what we saw. The MGM has presented their case. Who's in this particular situation, since you're reversed here, who has a burden of proof today?
The burden of proof at the Clark County hearing was on the petitioner to prove that, we had exceeded full cash value. Our burden of proof, at this point in time is to determine, not that we haven't exceeded full cash value, but to say why we believe that the petitioner's information for the Clark County's decision was wrong, because we don't believe that the information they put forth was reasonable. And so our burden of proof is to show that this appraisal, we believe, did not really meet the criteria to justify the reductions that the county board put forth. And so we've done this based on the manual, and I wanted to just ask if I could make one comment about the depreciation tables in the manual and the differences between this state and other states that they're comparing this to. So all of our depreciation tables, again, these are approved by the Nevada Tax Commission, do not allow us to depreciate in the first year. And I'm not saying that market might not indicate that or might indicate that. I'm not trying to discredit these gentlemen or what they're doing or attempting to do. The difference in our state is we have a residual, and that residual is by NAC at 5%. We are required to have a 5%. Many of these states have a residual of much greater than that. In fact, when I testified before the Nevada Tax Commission, we identified, I think, 6 different states as comparisons to say that we're on potential 10-year lives or 12-year lives, and their residual is anywhere between 20 and 30%. Meaning, when they fully depreciate, there's still 20% of the value that they're still taxing, up to 30% of the value. We are not. We're taxing 5%. So the offset of the fact that we don't depreciate in the first year is offset by the fact that we only maintain a 5% residual. The other part of that is when we're valuing, we're looking at July 1st. So if they own the asset on July 1st, it gets taxed. They could literally buy it July 2nd, July 3rd, and they don't have to pay taxes on that whole entire year. They get a full year without having to pay any taxes on it. It's the following year that then it's picked up as new. And so there's some offset there where they don't actually have to pay taxes on it. So you could look at that either direction. But I just wanted to put forth that those are some reasons maybe behind. And again, I can't answer those directly. That would probably be questions to direct to the department. But anyway, our burden of proof, back to your original question, is to prove why we believe the county erred in their decision. And I do not believe the county dug into this appraisal to the level that this board is doing so today. I think that they were confused with the information, and I have to be honest that it took us as a county assessor's office it took us some time to digest everything that was in there. So we've actually poured over this thing for weeks to try to even understand everything that was in there to be able to refine it down to what we could present to you today.
So the burden of proof at the state board today rests on the county.
On the county to show why we believe the Clark County Board of Equalization erred in their decision.
And you're using what's prescribed by the state to value this property. The guidelines that have been approved by, it's in a manual.
Correct.
The personal property manual.
Correct.
And does the personal property manual, and you've gone through those depreciation things and you've come up with a number, then how does that compare to fair market value or taxable value? Fair market value and taxable value, are they the same?
We believe that we have not exceeded full cash value. In this instance, we were deriving a taxable value. We believe that what they did was attempt to derive a taxable value too, even though they've testified to the fact that they're trying to derive a market value. It's a similar system. They're saying they've captured all possible aspects of depreciation. I think that they've overstepped in regards to going too far. When I say overstepped, just going too far. I don't think what they're doing reflects what's really happening in our marketplace. But we believe that we did not exceed full cash value. Some of the evidence that I was not able to present to this board, I can speak to the fact that our current market for gaming along the Strip, if you look at the operations overall, it's booming. We've had some of the highest gaming revenues that we've had historically ever. Everything is up. The hotel revenues are up. The gaming revenues are up. They've been up since 2020. They've consistently been up. We have valued all the properties higher every single year since 2020.
How do those values compare to what some of these properties sold for?
Well, in the example of the Bellagio, I can give you that. I actually have it. Let me pull out my data.
Yeah, we got a sale on the property.
We do.
And can you just give me that information, what it's sold for compared to what your taxable value is?
I certainly can. The Bellagio, our current taxable value, including personal property, comes to $2.2 billion.
That's a B, right?
Billion, that's correct. Yeah. And the property sold for 4.2, and I can tell you there was an article in the past probably 3 months, maybe even less, that came out that said that the property is currently worth over $5 billion. Cosmopolitan sold in May of 2022 for $4 billion, and we have it on at 1.2. That's including personal property. This is another reason why we really believe we have not exceeded full cash value. So, again, those are some of the things why I wanted to put in some of the other new evidence to just show you what's going on in the marketplace. But in all of the instances of all these properties, I do not believe if we added personal property and the real property together that we're coming close to exceeding full cash value.
Yes, sir. I guess you have a comment.
I do, just because
I'm not running the meeting. I'm just supposed to be asking the questions. But
may I speak to that? Okay, thank you, sir. The assessor's mentioning how the gaming industry and where it's at right now. During COVID, they made no adjustments whatsoever for when the industry's down. The data that she's kind of bringing into evidence, even though it wasn't allowed to be brought into evidence, doesn't look at, it looks from pre-COVID time to now. It doesn't look at it from before COVID and now. Regardless, the fact that they want to talk about the gaming industry right now, but didn't want to talk about it during COVID, makes me know that outside forces aren't reflective in the full cash value or market. They're just calculating a taxable value. They did have the burden of proof today to overturn the Clark County decision that 5 people unanimously decided on. We're the only party that brought market value evidence that we're getting the questions about for the first time today. And I would have happily gone through every single comparable, made them available to do that at the same time. So if the board, obviously you guys are going to do what you're going to do, but if the board overturns this, why would anybody bring an appraisal into evidence that has an awful lot of data that is going to get nitpicked while at a board when another board already came? They haven't submitted a single shred of this is what the market value for this is. They're saying the state gave us tables and this is what we're using. The state has already said, you know what, those tables are wrong. We're going to fix them. We just can't fix them now. Okay, so like it's they have the burden of proof, and I don't believe it was met.
I believe Mr. Souza has a response to at least some peripheral question.
Jim Sousa for the record. Okay, so I know we've been doing this a long time, so let me just kind of cut to the chase here. The department's process is a one-size-fits-all. So the Bristol Cone Inn in lovely Ely, Nevada, gets a 10-year useful life on all of its FF&E, just like the Bellagio does. They didn't separate it into categories of Las Vegas casinos versus rural, small, family-owned hotels. So the idea that you've heard today that the department and the commission have already looked at this and they've already decided that this is the right answer is simply false. It's the one-size-fits-all. But think about what's happened. The assessor through the department has used a 15-year useful life on equipment for many, many, many years, and now has realized that that's probably excessive given the number of things, has dropped it to 10. We submitted information during that process, the workshop process, that showed our casinos really returning the property over every 7 years. But as an accommodation, and because we couldn't create a separate category for large casinos on the Strip, everybody got 10. So that's one thing. The assessor's comments about, this is how we value property and they're forcing us to do this. We're not forcing anybody to do anything. The assessor has an obligation to follow the manual. The commission promulgated the manual. They apply the 10-year life and they give us a taxable value. We have to prove the taxable value exceeds fair market value. And to mimic what Pat just said, we could spend days picking apart little data points here and there, but at the end of the day, we've presented an appraisal by somebody who has the credentials, and it's gone through and looked at $2.2 billion worth of property and tried to come up with a fair market value. This is not a simple appraisal assignment. And so, yes, we could spend time poking apart little things here and there, but at the end of the day, Mr. Grimm is right. If this isn't an appraisal that carries the day as to what the fair market value is, you will never have an appraisal that carries the day as to fair market value. Thus, the taxable value determined by the assessor's office will always be the ending point. So nobody should appeal the personal property because they'll find some way to pick apart the appraisal that's been given. So that, I think, is kind of the treetop level. We've been down in the grass, and the grass is fine, but we need to get to the treetop level. The assessor bears the burden of proof of saying the county board made a mistake in accepting this appraisal of fair market value. The assessors presented no fair market value analysis, and all they've complained about is illusory things. They're not being asked to adopt the PTRS tables. They're not being asked to do anything different than what they do today. You continue to create taxable value, and we'll continue to look and see if it exceeds fair market value, and if it does, we'll appeal. And then the burden's on us to bring in evidence. So I'd like to get to the conclusion. They've had their say. We've gone down to the weeds. Let's get up to the treetops. Let's make a motion and let's be done.
Well, I wish you were running the meeting. So, gentlemen, we are in the deliberative phase. Between us, Al, I'm assuming you're out there. I'd like to hear discussion amongst us with the information that's available right now. I'd be happy to start, but I'd prefer if I hear from you guys first.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go quickly. I've been kind of sitting on those two major points that were just brought up, the burden of proof and the certified appraisal. It's tough for me to get my head around a reversal when the county had the burden of proof to come up with something more compelling than this is how we've always done it. And again, I think the point of if we're not going to use an appraisal that practically mirrors the same procedure in arriving at value, then why would we not use an appraisal by certified professionals? That's the 2 points I'm kind of leaning on.
Thank you, Al. Do you guys have any thoughts to bounce off of Al at this point? Go ahead, Ty.
Tyree Gray for the record. The county bears the burden of proof. That's when the county stepped in, it was their duty. And I think that needs to continue to be the focal point. I think what we did is we asked questions that, as Mr. Broom said himself, weren't asked at the county level, which as well is kind of interesting because the question is, if we're asking those questions and those questions were never asked, was the proper diligence put into to have a conversation around some of these elements, was that undertaken at the county level, which I think is kind of the purpose, the entire point that the county is making, which is, hey, it's not that they have an issue with the appraisal of Mr. Sejo. It's not that, I shouldn't say that Mr. Sejo didn't do a wonderful job, that there's disagreement in regards to what the final numbers are and was that actually vetted. And it appears that, we've again undertaken more vetting of that than happened at the county level. Good, bad, and different. No judgments made there. I will say that from the standpoint of the burden of proof, the county's burden, their proof has been low. It has been that of just pointing out particular areas where maybe more due diligence could have been done, or better comparables could have been found. But I am, again, somewhat hesitant as well to say that without more information that I would just overturn a decision. But I am willing to be convinced otherwise, because I do believe that we create these systems. And to the point, yes, we create a system that is somewhat one size fits all, and that is, so that we don't have a large amount of subjectivity when it comes to weighing assets that are valuing assets that are very, very difficult to value. So what we have done as a state is we have picked a particular way to do it, and everybody comes in, and you have to allow for that. And yes, sometimes it's going to treat some people better than others, or some taxpayers better than others, but that is our system, and so that is very difficult to weigh against the system as well. So my comments probably were not of much help, because within the deliberative process, I am still undecided, Mr. Chair.
I got too far into the weeds.
So, this is Bob Schiffmacher. I think I understand what the appellant's what the property owner's appraiser has done. I don't see a sales comparison approach as such. I see data that they have put together to develop an alternative depreciation schedule. I don't see that they have looked at the Gorilla slot machine and said this slot machine is better, worse, or the same as one of the slot machines at Bellagio or MGM. I understand what you've done. I believe that it merely created or relied upon an alternative depreciation schedule. I am looking at I look at, shoot, where'd it go? Bear with me just a second. I'm looking at a specific listing, and this is rhetorical for everybody, but this is of the Gorilla Chief slot machine, and I know this in the disclaimer at the bottom of the listing. The sale or ownership of non-coin operated machines is regulated or forbidden in a number of states for in-home use. That lists the states. Many states require machines to be 25 years or older. You must be aware, and then that's truncated. Responsibly know the laws for private ownership of unique or antique machines in your state. eBay allows the following: non-coin operated slot machines that don't accept or pay out coins or currency, non-functional slot machines that have never functional but made solely for display, coin-operated slot machines that have been permanently altered so that they do not accept coins and cannot be operated, I think, as an operational slot machine. So these, while demonstrating a relationship between cost new and depreciated or sale price new, are not used to develop a market value, but in my view, solely to develop an alternative depreciation schedule. Further, in my view, when I have done my appraisals of property in the past, obsolescence I have applied obsolescence where I believed that the value of the entire unit, that the value of the entire unit was exceeded by its cost to construct, depreciated, that there was additional obsolescence in addition to the age life depreciation that we would calculate based upon some declining balance. That is not the circumstance here. I do not believe that the Bellagio is exhibiting obsolescence in the gross. I think that the sale price versus the taxable value suggests that, in fact, there is no obsolescence to the Bellagio. And the way I would look at it is I would extract from that the individual components are not accruing extraordinary obsolescence either. I just have a difficult time in my mind reconciling, given all of the information that's in the files and this discussion, that there's extraordinary obsolescence that's appropriately applied to these specific items of personal property when the property is assembled, has sold for, in some cases, almost twice what the taxable value is. That's my feeling. I just personally am not persuaded by this extensive record from the county hearing, the file, and this discussion, that extraordinary obsolescence is appropriately applied to these pieces of property. Again, I do not believe that there was a sales comparison approach completed. I believe that there was the development of an alternative depreciation schedule. The state provides a depreciation schedule as promulgated by the Department of Taxation and the Tax Commission. I am unconvinced that this is a better depreciation schedule than the one that has been developed by the Tax Commission. Those are my thoughts.
I'm sorry I got so far into the details and it took a lot longer than was at the county. I did watch some of the county meeting that dealt with this particular issue. And I agree with the chairman, and looking at the valuation of the total asset, and looking at what the properties have sold for, and compared to the taxable value, Mr. Chairman, in some cases they're more than double, sometimes they're 3 times. So it doesn't appear to me that the taxable value of a particular part of the asset exceeds fair market value when the total asset sells for substantially more than the taxable value. So I would like to make a motion that we overturn the decision of the Clark County Board of Equalization and
Keep it concise.
Based upon the information provided.
Do I have a second? I will provide a second. The chairman provides a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed.
Nay.
I would be a nay.
No.
If I may, I would be a nay, so that would fail. Correct?
I believe.
Yes. All right. If I may, I would like to make an alternative motion. I don't know what your motion would have entailed, so allow me to make a motion. Based upon the testimony that has been given and the documents that are in front of me, I am also persuaded that the taxpayer has used a method that sits outside of our rules and regulations and laws as a state in order to come up with a different depreciation schedule. I am not convinced by some of the examples that have been given. And so because of that, it would be my desire that this actually be remanded back to the county. And so in order to do that, if we must overturn them to remand, then I would be in favor of that.
Can I just ask to what end?
Terry Gray for the record. There has been testimony or representation that the tax commission is taking a look at some of these items. The tax commission's ability to do that would not bind any prior decisions. I would agree with you on that. So to change the depreciation schedule from 15 years to 10 years or from 10 years to 7 years or whatever the case it may be does not have a past effect that would have effect going forward. As of today, I do believe that there's been some highlight of possible inequity within the system that the taxpayer has brought forward. I also do believe that the true value probably does sit closer between the two numbers, but I do not believe that we are the appropriate body to make that decision based upon the fact that a review of the county records and the testimony even provided here is that particular questions that could have helped to close those gaps were not made at that level.
So I think that this is a this is an A or B question. I do not see a compromise. I don't see that the county could come to a compromised position. I may be wrong, but we have two pieces of information. We have a depreciation schedule and a taxable value calculated using the state's approved depreciation schedule, which I understand in the future will be modified for future years. And we have a similar calculation with a different depreciation schedule, one that is not approved by the state. I am personally dissuaded that it generates a market value any more than the state's calculations generate a market value. So I don't know that remanding, personally, I don't know that remanding to the county would result in a compromise. You know, you've got A or B. We don't have B and a half.
Mr. Chair, if I may, this is
Mr.
Sam.
Taylor.
Yes, Sam Taylor from the Record Attorney General's Office. You have a motion on the floor and you're looking for a second, I believe, but it appears to me that you're debating the motion right now without having the second. So I think it'd be appropriate at this juncture to ask for the second and then have more debate if you feel it's appropriate.
Your knowledge of parliamentary procedure is admirable, and I apologize. Is there a second for Mr. Gray's motion?
Yes, I will second. And I don't know if it's time for comment to explain why, or if we just go to the
I think
vote.
that this would be an appropriate time.
The reason for my seconding the motion is I think they both parties have good arguments, and both parties have testified to the accurate answer is probably somewhere between them. And I would hope that with more time and less data that is in the weed category, if going through the process, remanding back to the county and maybe some one-on-one with between the assessor and the taxpayer, that they could get to a more concise argument of why one system is better than the other, one calculation is better than the other, or at least a summarized argument of what the right value is and an agreeable method to get to it.
Any more discussion of the motion before I call for a vote?
I'd like to get a little bit more understanding of what you're really trying to accomplish here, Mr. Gray.
Yeah, so I view our role as essentially an appellate body to make a determination in regards to whether or not the lower, if you will, the initial point of appeal erred in any way, shape, or form. It would be my thought that if the discussion that was had at that lower level was not as robust, then that sets up the opportunity for error. And so because of that, it would be my desire that the robust conversation happen there and that we would deal with we wouldn't be getting into the weeds the way we had that have happened at that level. And that's kind of what, again, I make no aspersions on anyone or anybody or anything like that. It just simply does not appear that the level of detail of conversation that I would have expected between, again, the largest employer in the state and the largest county within the state actually transpired. And so that gives me pause.
But haven't we had that conversation? You know, we have been in the weeds for a day and a half. And the motion and the second seem like it discounts the weeds that we've walked through in favor of sending somebody else into the swamp.
I hear you. I understand. And again, I think that as an appellate body, if you will, that we possibly should not have concerned ourselves as much with the weeds, but we did so because it didn't happen. And we were trying to test how we felt about the process. Or I will speak for myself. The reason why I asked the questions I asked is because I didn't see them asked before. And I wanted to have an appreciation of what the methodology that was being used. To walk in and, like you've articulated, to walk in and have an eBay sales page and say, hey, this is going to give you a value, a fair market value of a slot machine that sits inside of one of the highest grossing casinos in the world, just doesn't logically make sense to me. And so because of that, so because of that, that was the reason why I asked those questions, because I wanted to appreciate if there was a methodology that was more akin to what it is that we are required to do as a state. And so that wasn't followed. I agree with you. If I have to do A or B, I will do A, not knowing which one A or B is, but I'll say A, and we'll which will say the prior motion. But my desire is that if the holes were not punched and the questions were not asked earlier, it seems as though those should have been asked, and give the people at the county the opportunity to do that.
Any more comment regarding the motion and second that's on the floor?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Taylor.
Yes, I just wanted to point out that NAC 361-643 allows the State Board of Equalization to remand a matter back to the County Board of Equalization if they determine that the record of any case is inadequate, which I think goes to Tyree's position. So if you're wondering, I think, why he made that and whether or not he can, I think it's consistent with the NAC 361-643.
Thank you.
I think your motion is to kick it back to the County Board of Equalization and have them rehear the case and get into the weeds? Is that your desire? Or is it your desire that the parties get together and discuss this and come up with what they believe to be a taxable value of the property prior to the county meeting, and then come back to us and say, hey, we figured it out and we stipulated to this and here to accept this conclusion that we came to? What's your desire here? I'm kind of confused because you watch the county meeting. It was a motion made by an appraiser on the board. Well, they were all appraisers on the board that said that the appraisal that was submitted is credible, and therefore we're convinced that the value that the taxpayers come up with is fair and reasonable, and they all voted on it. So I don't know what we're trying to accomplish here by kicking it back to the county, to the county board. Is that?
Well, if you ask, my preference is always that negotiated settlements take place, because then you get to kind of control what your outcome is to the best of your ability. Is that my goal here? No, my goal here is that based upon the record and based upon testimony, it does not appear that the details in the weeds, like you said, the motion came up by an appraiser. An appraiser said, hey, let's accept, as a colleague, we should accept, essentially accept what they've placed forward. And I have no issue with that. The question becomes is whether or not some of the things that we brought up here, whether or not they were wrestled with in the same way, which I think is required by us and by the Clark County Board of Equalization. And so that would be my desire. And so the short of the long is I believe that we can call. If we tie again, then I think we have another vote to take and we can go from there.
And any more questions or comments regarding the motion that's on the table to remand this case for a do-over at the county? Is that a fair characterization? Yes.
Sure. Well, I will accept the chair's do-over language. Fine.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed? Nay. Motion fails.
Chair, given the failure of the motion, what I would propose is that this board overturn the decision of the county board. I believe that what we have seen here today is that possibly there was an opportunity to do a little more digging. We have a state that has regulations and has laws that we must follow, and it appears that the document, the appraisal that was offered, falls outside of those regulations, and so as such, it would be my desire that we overturn the county board's decision.
Can you place that in a motion, in the format of a motion, please?
For the record, Tyree Gray, I motion that we overturn the county's decision based upon the evidence that's been presented before us today.
I'll second.
Any discussion regarding the motion?
I'd like to thank the parties who were involved.
What?
I was very, very, very happy with the presentation, and I have, because of the way I'm voting here, it has nothing to do with the quality or credibility of the appraisal.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All
Aye.
opposed? Al, was that a vote in favor of the motion? Or
You know,
opposed
I
to the
think
motion?
I'm going to go nay.
Motion carries 3 votes. Al Plank is the dissenting vote. Everybody, I do appreciate your patience, your time, and the effort that went into this. I understand that it's been a grueling couple of days. I'd like to take a 5-minute break before we call the next case.
Recording stopped.